Hi, do you want to know all the techniques and skills you need to create your own amazing characters? Do you want to turn your character ideas into full, fleshed out characters with emotion and backstories? Are you intimidated by everything there is to know about character design like proportions, silhouettes and outfits? Then this is the course for you. We'll be going through all the necessary steps to create your dream character come true, including writing and brainstorming your character traits and personality, using gesture drawing to create dynamic poses, and creating a full 4-view turnaround for your character. You'll understand the fundamentals of character design to create interesting characters that people will fall in love with. All of this done step by step in an easy to follow process. My name is Patricia and I've been working as an illustrator and art teacher for many years now. I've worked as a freelance artist for dozens of clients, teach thousands of students about anatomy, color theory and many other art subjects, and have created different and fascinating characters throughout my entire life. All of this has given me the skills that I needed to do the illustration work that I've always loved to do. And I'm here to help you achieve your own art goals. If you're tired of courses that tell you what to do but don't actually show you the process, I'm here to tell you that this is not one of those courses. In this course, we'll be going through both theory and practical activities. In fact, if you follow this course from the beginning to the very end, you'll have your own amazing character completely drawn in several poses. Not only that, but this course comes with several resources to help you on your character artist journey, including downloadable reference sheets to help you with anatomy and proportions, to amazing websites that help you find the perfect color palette and reference images for your character. I'm sure that you will love this course. So, are you ready to start creating your own amazing characters? Then I'll see you in the next video. Hello and welcome to the course. I'm very glad to have you and I hope you enjoy your time and learn a lot with me. My name is Patricia Caldera and I've been teaching thousands of people to draw for a few years now. Not only that, but I've worked at my own illustration company for over 6 years and I've worked with musicians, bloggers, YouTubers and much more. I've accumulated a lot of experience overall this time and I want to share everything I've learned with you. This is why I've created this highly comprehensive course where I go through each section video one step at a time. I want you to have fun while learning and achieving your goals as an artist. Not only is this course packed with important theory that will help you create your own characters, but it also includes several practical videos so you can get started right away. In fact, every video will guide you step by step on creating your own character. You'll be writing your own character, finding reference images, drawing anatomy and outfits right away in each video. Furthermore, I'll be creating my own character as well, so that you can pick my brain and understand how I go about creating a character firsthand. Also, this question comes out a lot, so I would just like you to know that I currently use Clip Studio Paint to draw, along with the Huion 1060 Plus drawing tablet. Now, I only use these two tools to record everything more easily on my computer, but you can use whichever tools you want. You can use other drawing software and tablets or a simple pencil and paper. Since coloring is also something we'll be talking about here, feel free to use coloring pencils, markers and others. Any tool will work, but I recommend you to use the tools that you are more used to, that will help with the learning process. So, I hope you are as excited as I am to start this course and create your own character. So, I will see you in the next video. Hi and welcome back. Now, you may have already seen a few courses that just tell you to watch it to the end, and once you do, you feel like you don't have anything to show for it. Well, this is not one of these courses. I've created this course to help you get a guaranteed win on your goals. As I've said before, this course includes practical activities that you will be following through in every single video. This means that after watching each video, you'll have something to mark your progress, and you'll be closer to your goal of creating a character. So if you really want to get that goal, don't skip any video. I recommend you to go through each one in order and do the practical activities that I talk about in them. In this course, each part is divided by 2 videos. One will be mostly about theory and examples, while the other is more practical, where I'll apply what we just learned. When it's time for practice, feel free to draw along with me, or watch the video and then draw at your own pace. Your choice. Not only will you improve your general drawing and character design skills with this, but you'll also have a finished original character at the end of this course. And remember, I'm here to help. If you have any question or need any help, you just need to leave a message in the course community and I'll answer it as soon as possible. I want you to succeed and I'll do the best I can to help you achieve your goals. In fact, I recommend you to post your current progress whenever you feel like you need some feedback. I actually love to see the character creation process, so feel free to post it as often as you'd like. You can even go there right now and post one of your previous artworks and introduce yourself. I'm happy to meet you and welcome you to this drawing community. Finally, remember that this is not a race. No one is pressuring you to rush yourself and be a master right off the bat. Take your time to practice, pause and repeat videos to make sure you understand them fully or just to have a fresh new view at them and relax. Drawing is fun, and if you're loose, your overall drawings will look much better, trust me. And as always, try to practice every day, even if it's just for 10 minutes. With each drawing session, you'll improve your art skills step by step. Alright, that's about it for getting a guaranteed win with this course. Let's get going with the course now. See you in the next video. Hello and welcome back! Now, the first thing you want to do before you start drawing your character is to build it from the inside out. So what do I mean by this? When creating a character, it's better to figure out exactly how they would behave and think in certain situations, so you have a good base to draw them in. This takes some time, but once you get everything figured out, it will be much easier to draw your character, I promise you. I always take my time with this step because it will help me have a better visual of my character when I know their personality and what drives them. So let's start by thinking about the character that you want to create. And there's no better way to do this than to ask yourself some questions. To help you with this, I've created a great PDF that you can fill out and help you figure out your own character. Think of this like a character reference sheet that you can look at now and then to make sure you're consistent with your own character. So feel free to download it and fill it with your answers to these questions. So now let's see some of the major things you should ask yourself when creating a new character. Who is your character? What's their name, age, job, race? Are they a good character like a hero or a bad character like a villain or a sneaky thief? Why are they a hero or a villain? Next is, what do they like to do? Or what they don't like to do? What are their goals and dreams? And what are their fears? The next question you want to ask is, where? Where is your character? Where do they want to be? And where have they been? And finally, when? When is all of this occurring? Write the year, season, or anything of note that helps you with your world building. Let me show an example. This is Jean Lilo. From her clothing, especially her hat, you can tell that she's a mage. She wears some potions on her belt, so it's pretty clear that she dabbles with potion making as well. Now, she's a young gnome girl, and I try to translate that through her size, tiny pointy ears, as well as how energetic she looks. I couldn't draw her this way without answering the questions above. You'll want to ask all these questions and anything else that comes to mind. Be as specific as you can. This will help you a lot in the upcoming videos. And as I said before, this part is really fun, so enjoy it. I'll do this as well in my next videos, so let's do this! Hello and welcome back! So we've talked a little bit about creating the backstory or the story for your character and all of its characteristics, And now we're going to fill up the template that I showed you in the last video. You can either do this, I'm going to do this on the computer, but you can print it and write it by hand, or if you want, you can do it just like I'm going to do. So I open it in Manga Studio, the JPEG, and now I'm just going to grab my text tool and fill out this. So the first thing you want to ask yourself is, who is your character? So for example, what is their race? So for example, if you're doing your character in a fantasy setting, they might be an elf, they might be a goblin, a gnome, what else? A tiefling, if we're going by Dungeons and Dragons, for example. You might also want to do something anthropomorphic, so maybe it's a cat person. Just think of something and you can do whatever you want, really. In my case, this is going to be very simple. So he's a human. I'm going to just make this a little bit bigger. Maybe this, I hope you can see it well. Okay, I think this is good. Let's just move this up a bit. Okay, so he's a human. He's a he in this case, but this is something that you can also add. So you can put that he's a human. I forgot to add the gender, but if you want, you can add here or in the notes down below. Next up is, what are their job or hobbies? So for example, in my case, I've decided that this character, they're a child or a teenager, so they don't have a job, but they do have hobbies. So I'm going to go, I thought about him being a fisherman or a fisher boy in this case. So they live nearby a lake, and fishing is the big thing in the village where he lives. So he does fishing. He also likes to play in the forest. He's a boy, he likes to go on adventures and to play, of course. Next is, I also thought that he would like to fight or learn fighting, so I'm going to put here fight learning. Remember that you don't need to be very detailed here. I like to put mostly by topics. I don't need to write a whole text, a whole paragraph about his hobbies. I just want to have an idea of what my character likes or what do they do, and I'll write like just keywords for those things. That's more than enough for me to visualize my character. But I mean, if you want to write something, big paragraphs and be very detailed, feel free to do so, of course. But I think it is easier to go with keywords that will help you visualize how your character looks or how they act. Now, anything else for hobbies? I'm going to put adventure as well, since that's a key thing of this character. We'll see more as we fill this. So next up we have, are they a hero, a villain, or neither? So this can be very important because if they are a hero or a villain, for example, they'll probably be main characters of your story or of your world, and that will translate on how you draw your character. If they are neither of these, so maybe that means they're more of a secondary character, and again, that will translate into your drawings. So that's our next question. Again, since I'm thinking about making them a child, they are not a hero nor a villain right now, but they kind of want to be a hero. Let's put neither here, and on the Y I'm going to say it just because they are a child right now, so they are not of age to be a hero and to be doing dangerous things. Alright, and of course remember that this piece of paper is for you, so really don't worry if it's understandable for other people. It's not supposed to be. This is your character, this is just for you and as reference for your drawings of your character. For example, I'm doing this in a very organized way here to show how is my process, but usually I make a mess out of this. So I have my sketchbook, I start just drawing random things, and that random thing starts being a character, and then just the ideas start coming up, and I start just writing keywords around the drawings and the sketchbooks. It's a real mess. And I know that if someone looks at that spread, they won't understand anything. But I do. I know what's there, I know what I need from there, and that's more than enough. So don't worry about making this looking good for other people. This is just for you. Now, the next thing we have here are their personality traits. So this one is very important. So it's their personality, and this will really help on how your character will look. So for example, let's say you say that your character is a bit melancholic, an introvert. You'll draw them probably in poses that are very closed. They will maybe look a bit sadder, with sadder expressions, mostly alone. Maybe their colors are also very dark and not very vibrant. On the other hand, maybe your character is really an extrovert. They like to laugh, they like to run around, meeting everyone, and in that case, you'll want to draw your character in very energetic poses, very happy expressions, and maybe his colors or their colors will be very vibrant. So this part is really important, so feel free to take your time and think about it. Of course, you can already have some ideas of how your character looks, so feel free to do some sketches while you're thinking about their personality. That can help as well. As I said, I usually am doing a bit of both things at the same time. I'm sketching and I'm writing my character. So feel free to do some quick doodles and sketches if you want to. Now, as for personality traits for my character in this case, I'm going to say he is a bit mischievous, not really on purpose, but he tends to get into trouble. Now, the other thing is he's an adventurer. Again, adventure is really up his alley. He doesn't want to be a fisherman forever. So he's a boy who wants to go on adventures and save people. So yeah, maybe a hero someday or a knight. Well, who knows? I don't know it yet, I'm going to be honest. He's always very courageous. I hope this is well written. Next is he's bold and quite fearless. He's fun and playful. Okay, I think this is enough for now. You can have as many traits as you want or as little as you want. You don't need to write as much as I did. So we're done with our first square. So congrats to us. I think it was easy and very simple. I think that asking ourselves these questions really help. So next we're going to the right side. As you can see, there's that empty square right there. So that's if you want to add an avatar of your character. So at the end of the course, if you want, you can just draw a tiny avatar of your character and add to your character sheet, so you have a complete look for who your character is and how do they look. Now next is the name. Now the name it can be hard. I think that a lot of times is one of the harder things to decide. And again, this is something that you can leave for later. For me, a lot of times getting the name for my character, it just comes up to me as I'm writing about them or as I'm drawing them. It's something that I try to think, and then out of nowhere the name comes up. And I really like when it works like this, because it helps me get attached to the character. It's like we are knowing each other, even though it's something fictional and only on paper, but it gets me more attached to the character. But if you're having a lot of difficulty to come up with a name, you can also look on the internet for name generators or name ideas. There's lots of websites for that. So feel free to use those as well, even if it's just to give you an idea. Maybe you find a name, but you don't want to use that exact name, but you can change some letters and how it's written, and there you have it, a name for your character. So it's all up to you. For this character, I came up with something quite simple as opposed with some of the ones I come up with. So his name is Jonah. I really like this name, I don't know why. It's very simple. Well, he should probably have a last name, but he doesn't so far. Maybe one day I'll come up with it. Again, this is also something to your taste. Maybe your character has only one name, maybe they do have a full name or the first and last name. It's all up to you. Now, next it's his age. Now, as I said, he's like a child, almost maybe a teenager, so I'm going to say maybe 12. I think that's good. Again, I can change it later on if I want to. If you're in the fantasy setting, maybe they're an elf and they're already 100 years old or something like that. You don't need to stick with our reality. Now, the next question we want to ask ourselves when doing a new character is what? So, for example, what do they like? Now, as I said, up there, one of his hobbies is fishing, so he likes to fish. Even though it's something that he doesn't want to do professionally, later on it's something that he likes as a hobby. He likes to do it for fun. So he likes fishing, he likes playing with his friends, they have this group and he's the leader, of course. I'm going to abbreviate here with friends. He likes campfires, he likes to light some campfire with his friends. They have dinners or snacks. They can grill some of the fish they just caught. He likes hero stories, not to read them, but he likes to hear about them. He likes to hear about heroes and knights and all those adventures stories. Okay. And what else can I put here? Well, since he lives in a village, a lake village, fishing is a big thing, so I'm going to say that he likes to swim as well. It's a thing that he likes to do, especially in summer days when it's really hot. Maybe he just wants to annoy his friends a little bit and scare off the fishes so they can't fish anymore, and then they can go for some adventures or to play a bit. Now for dislikes, I don't know why, but I can imagine that Jonah doesn't like to eat tomatoes. Maybe all of the veggies, but he's not a fan of veggies, but tomatoes are a big no-no for him. I don't know why, it just came up to me and I was like, you know what, I'm going to keep this. So even if you think that you have some silly ideas for your characters, do keep them. They can be quite important. I mean, maybe I can draw Jonah being served tomatoes and have a very disgusted expression because he doesn't want to eat them. If I want to create a comic or something, it's a good scenario for him. So all these things that you are writing here, they can be very helpful when drawing your characters later on, when creating scenarios for them. So do keep all of them, even if they are silly. Now, another thing that he doesn't like to do is losing. As I said, he's the kind of the leader character, he's the strong one, he's the one who comes up with all the ideas, so losing a game, it's not, or a fight, it's not really his thing, he's not really happy about losing. Rainy weather is also quite a big no-no for him. Again, I mean, if it's raining, you can't come up outside, your parents won't let you go out to play with your friends, so what's the fun staying at home? And of course, close to the rainy weather, he doesn't like to stay inside, nor being told what to do. So as you can see from his dislikes, Jonah, he likes to be the one who makes all the decisions. Now let's go for the right side. Now feel free to fill up this page at the same time as I'm doing, or you can watch it and fill it up later. I think it will be fun if you're doing this at the same time as I am, but it's totally up to you. Don't forget that you can also pause if you want some time to think about your character and continue watching. It's all up to you. And the next thing we have to fill is what are their dreams and goals. Again, this one is also very important, because even if you're drawing your character in the present day, maybe his clothing or the way they act or the way you draw them acting are closely related to their dreams, for example, or maybe you just want to one day you'll draw them in the future. For example, let's say, so Jonah is 12-year old and one of his dreams is to leave the village and be a great hero or knight. I'm going to write that up. Be a hero, a big hero. So, for example, since I know this, that means that I can draw him in the future. So let's say he's 20 years old and I want to draw him in a big city just like he wanted and dressed as a knight, for example. So again, this comes to the point where you can draw your character in many scenarios, and all these keywords will help you draw your characters in those scenarios. So he wants to be a big hero or a knight and live in a big city, or even travel a lot. But I'm going to leave it this way for now. As for fears, well, Jonah is quite a fearless character, right? Just like I said up here in his personality traits, he's bold, he's fearless, but there's one thing he's really scared of, is when he knows he's in trouble and his mom is calling to him. That's when he's scared, because he knows he'll be punished. He knows he'll probably have to stay inside for quite some time. So he's scared of his mom, and he knows he's in trouble. And that's mostly it. I actually thought about giving him some silly fear, like being scared of spiders or something like that, but then I thought, no, he's supposed to be fearless, right? So he will act like he isn't scared of anything except his mom when he's in trouble. So we're done with the what section of our character, and next is where. Again, this is also important because you want to choose an outfit that goes according to the place where they live. For example, let's say that your character lives in the mountain. That means that they'll probably wear warmer clothes so they don't get cold. They will maybe wear a lot of fur, for example. Our first question is, where have they been? So since they're a child, they haven't been anywhere else but their village where they were born. So I'm going to say the fishing village, which really hasn't a name yet. I should change it at some point. I should come up with the name for the village. So if you have any ideas, feel free to tell me. And where are they? Well, the fishing village as well. I'm going to add here where he was born. So yeah, since he's from a fishing village, I imagine that the place, so it's quite small. There's a lake nearby. This is not a village by the sea, but by the river and lakes. There's quite some trees around. So it's quite a mild place. So I imagine that he will wear probably like some kind of long shorts the whole year with sandals, or maybe he'll even be barefoot most of the time. So as I said, having an idea of where they are, it can help you choose an outfit, for example, or even how they wear their hair or how tan the skin is, things like that. These are things that will help you make decisions later on. And finally, where do they want to go? So as I said, right here on the dreams and goals, they want to be a big hero or knight and live in a big city. So that's it, live in a big city. They want to go to a big city. Oh, I should add here that they live in a fishing village, in a fishing small village. It's, let's say, surrounded by river and with a big lake. Forest. I'm just going to put forest. As I said, I understand this. So yeah, try to be a bit detailed about the place where they are. Again, this will help you draw if you want to draw some backgrounds when you're drawing your character. Maybe these keywords will help you for that. And now, where do they want to go? So they want to go to a big city. Big city with lots of people. Lots of people. And places to see. So there we go. This is it for the where. And next we have the when. So the when can also be very important because, for example, in this case, I'm not really sure if this is a medieval setting or a fantasy setting. I haven't decided if I want other types of creatures or races in this story. But the year, for example, I have here, the first question is in which year or time period do they live? Because this will help a lot when deciding how their hairstyles, for example, or even their clothes. Because, for example, if I'm drawing in a medieval setting or fantasy, then I'm going to look for outfits from that period of time, right? Otherwise, if you're doing something from our days, then you want to get inspiration from our outfits or the clothes that we use today. And finally, maybe you want to go to the future for a sci-fi setting, and in that case, you want to get inspired by that look, let's say. And so when looking for references and images for inspiration, you want to have the setting in mind. So in my case, I can't really say what year because it's kind of a fiction time, but I'm going to say that it's maybe a fantasy or medieval world. But there's a lot of periods that you can choose. Even if you go through history, you can go for maybe Renaissance time. I don't know, I don't even know, but there's a lot to choose from, and that can be a great exercise because that means that you have to go search and research what people looked like at the time, and I think that's fun. I like history, so I think that can be really fun. So feel free to explore every time periods that you can find until you choose one for your character. And next is in which season is all of this occurring? So this comes up again with the kind of outfit that you later on decide on your character. So I already have an idea, an image of how my character will probably look like. So I'm going to say that it's autumn because of the type of clothing I want him to wear. So I'm going to say maybe around beginning of autumn. I think it's also really fitting because autumn, right? I think it's really fitting because that's where we are right now, so I'm going to have inspiration about it all over the place. So we are pretty much done. As you can see, I didn't write a lot. It's very simple. It's just keywords about my character, things that I need to have in mind when drawing my character later on. And finally, you have this extra square right here on the right that it's for small notes that you might want to add about your character that aren't on all the other questions above. So I actually want to add something here, which is Jonah has a group of friends. They're like the gang from the village. They're doing everything together. They're going on adventures together, and well, pretty much they're always brewing some trouble. And they actually even have a name for their group. So I'm going to write here that he has a group of friends. He's the leader, of course. What do I want to say? They're always brewing trouble, adventures. Brewing trouble, adventures. They like to call them adventures. And they call themselves the Fearless Spears. So I wanted to go with something that would be connected to the fact that they fish a lot. So spears is something that you use to fish sometimes. And fearless because they're not scared of anything. They will do any adventure they come up with. And this is it. We have our character sheet completed. I hope this was helpful for you. Again, don't worry about having everything filled right away. You can come back to this character sheet later on and add things that you come up as you're drawing your character. And of course we have our empty square right there, and maybe at the end of the course, when we have our character done, we'll add our avatar of our character. So this is it for now. I hope you had fun, and I will see you in the next video. Bye bye! Hi and welcome back! Now that you've got your character figured out, let's grab some reference images. I know that you're probably eager to start drawing, and we'll do that soon. But for now, let's get our resources in place so that our characters turn out just as we want them. One great character design resource that I want to give you is Pinterest. I talk about this in almost every course I make, but it really is wonderful for character design. Not only can you search a bunch of images about a defining trait of your character, for example a pirate or mermaid, but you can also go to specific profiles that have so many boards about character design. The specific one that I recommend is Character Design References at pinterest.com/characterdesignh. That's an H at the end of the character design, by the way, not a typo from me. They have so many great reference images on different types of characters, from toddlers and teens to old people and wizards. I highly recommend checking their boards and see if you can find a few images that you can use as general references. All the references give credit to the artist along with a link to their portfolio, so it's also a great way to find new artists to follow. Another website that you can use for reference images is pixabay.com. This is quite helpful for both drawings and photos of people in different poses. For example, if you search wizard in Pixabay, you'll find several different styles of wizards in 2D and 3D. Finally, one other resource that you can use is just magazines that you have around in your house. They usually have great poses, outfits and lighting that you can use for your own character creation. If you don't have any use for them anymore, feel free to cut up your favorite ones and paste them in a sheet of paper. This way you can reference them whenever you're drawing and make a nice collage of things you like at the same time. Alright, now it's my time to find reference images for our character, and then we're going to start drawing. See you soon! Hello and welcome back! So we talked about references and how they can help you have a better idea of how your character looks, or if you want some poses to draw, it's always important to look for references. You can look for them on the internet, or you can take pictures of yourself or your friends if you want to. But yes, references are very important and you'll want to use them. So we're going to look for some references right now, so feel free to do this at the same time as I do, or you can watch the video and do it later on. Don't forget that you can pause the video at any time if you want to take your time, and you can't do both things at the same time, so don't worry, there's no need to rush. The video will stay there for you to watch, so do however feels better for you. So the first place I want to go is to Pinterest. I want to show a bit better this board that I talked about, so about this page, the character design references. It's really good and I really recommend you to follow them on Instagram or Facebook, because they're always posting new things. There are other artists posting their own character designs and it's really great. Not only for you to know new artists, but also for inspiration. So if you go to the boards, you'll see that they have a board for everything. If there's something you need, you'll find it. There's anatomy boards, they're divided into each part of the body. You have the face, you have the hair, the eyes, noses, ears, everything. So if there's something you need to look up and learn a bit more, or just go for inspiration, this is a good place to go. And not only that, they then have references for infants, toddlers, kids. In our case, we kind of want to look for kids, so Kid Boys is a good one. Let me see, they also have Teen Boys, maybe this will help us as well. They also have older characters, old ladies for example, But this is one just boys. Okay, we can check that one out. You have boys, you have faces of girls and boys, and then you actually have the clothings as well. You have for outfits as well, all kinds of outfits. You have character outfits, Greeks and Romans. You have character outfit, Egyptians. There's everything here, really. This is a very good place for you to find inspiration, but of course these are only for inspiration and never to copy, don't forget that. So let's see our boards here. I like the Flash one from The Incredibles. I think this one is from Incredibles too, because Flash actually is a character very similar to Jonah. So he's energetic, he's fearless, and he's always brewing trouble. So it's really a very similar character to Jonah. I imagined Jonah taller than this, but for example, I really like the hair. I've imagined Jonah with the hair going behind like this, but with an undershave and a tiny ponytail, but I really like this movement. So this is something that will help me. So I'm probably using that as inspiration here. Let's see if we can find something else. Oh, we have here the boy from Howl's Moving Castle. I really like, for example, this pose. It's really cute. I really like him. Again, he's smaller than what I'm thinking, but I like the expressions. So maybe we'll keep that. We'll see. I think I'm going to stay with this for now, but as you can see, there's so many styles around, and most of them, or all of them if I'm not mistaken, have the links for the artist, for the page of the artist. And so if you really like the art, you can start following them. It's always good to find new artists, so take that chance. Oh, I really like this, but well, I'm a big fan of Akira Toriyama's art, so actually these two are also can have that energy that Jonah has, so those are good references as well. And notice here, I really like this, they drew the character and then it has the colors, so you know what to use later on for each of the characters. If you see here, there's all the other characters as well, so this is really helpful. So maybe if you want to organize your character this way, so you always know the colors for them, so that's really nice. Okay, I'm going to go for the next board that we opened. Character design, Teen Boys. Not sure if these aren't older than what I want, but we can take a look anyway, see if we can take some inspiration from them. Not really into any of this so far. I like these poses here, they are nice. I think I'm going for the next one because there's nothing here that's piquing my interest or giving me any inspiration for Jonah. Yep, I think I've reached the end of the board, so yes, let's go for the next one. So this one is just boys. Maybe we can find something interesting here. Remember that we're always getting inspiration from other people and everything we see around us, so don't be afraid to look up the art around you and the places around you. Well, still not finding really anything I want to use as inspiration or for my mood board. For example, this is a good time for you to create a mood board, so it's the images that inspire, so you don't need to look for characters only, you can also look for places or even outfits. For example, in my case, so Jonah lives in a fishing village, right? There's lakes, there's rivers, so maybe I can find images of lakes, and that can help for my mood board, so I can look at this board and inspire me to draw my character in certain places or doing certain activities. So this is a good thing. If you want, you can create a small mood board. You can just save some pictures or take some pictures and just open Paint or something like that with those images, and you have a JPEG of your mood boards for your character. That's a good exercise, instead of having the reference image scattered around if you want. So you have a better feel of your character. It can be very helpful. So I think I will keep just those two for now. And I'm going to go for the next place, which is Pixabay. So Pixabay is a stock website, a free stock website. So for this you can use however you want. So they're excellent for finding references, photo references, for example, for the poses you want to draw. So these are very good for that. Don't forget that these are mostly for inspiration, and these are for you to use as reference for when drawing the poses of your characters, or even for outfits, for example. So I'm going to look for teenager boy. Yeah, boy, that's a good search to go for, and let's see if we can find interesting poses. Well, there's this one, a very confident pose. Maybe we can use it to practice drawing. See more. This one is good. These pictures here are really nice because they have the black background, and so it contrasts with the rest of the pose, so you can see very clearly how the pose is. So this is really helpful to draw. Mostly looking for standing poses right now. Again, like I said, I think Jonah, my character, is really the kind of character that's always moving around. So going for a sitting pose, I don't think it will make much sense for him, so I'm looking for standing poses mostly. And I wanted a pose where the character is doing some activity like jumping or walking. I could actually look for that maybe. But I'll keep on looking for these ones. I like this one. It's still very static, but it's a very confident pose. I like these ones, for example. But I'm not sure karate is how you say it in English. I hope it is. If not, I'm very sorry. It's not something that exists on my character's world, so I'm going to maybe open up this one because it's that kind of confident pose that I want. I want to find the running pose. Let's try something else. Let's see what can we find if we go for kids. Yeah, let's see kids playing. Maybe we'll find something interesting. Oh look, see, I talked about the mood board thing. So for example, this is a very good one for a mood board of Jonah. So these are kids playing by the river, and well, that's obviously something that Jonah and his friends would do. Running around in the fields as well. There's here another photo with a kid by the lake. These are smaller kids, but the idea is there. Again, I know what age my character is, so creating our own character is many phases, right? And I think this is the one I like the least. Oh, that's a good one here. Mostly because it's very hard to find the things that you want, unless you take some pictures, of course. If you take your own pictures, that's much easier. If you already have an idea in mind of the poses you want to draw, and you have someone that can pose for you, that's awesome. It's really, really helpful, and I do it sometimes here at home. When I finally give up and I'm like, okay, I'm going to take the picture of the pose I want, so pose for me, please. And I'll take pictures with my phone. There's one here, I really like it. I really, really like it. Look at it, it's perfect. You can see everything very clearly. It's a really good picture. So I think this is it, really. We have a lot of poses here. Not going to choose all of them, but these will be helpful for our next videos. So feel free to go look for your own references. Again, take your time. There's no need to rush. Like I said, this part can be a bit tiring, but you'll get there. You'll find something that you like, and if you don't, you can always take pictures. So remember that. And I'm going to save some of this. Again, don't forget to update your project if you've started it already. If you haven't, I really recommend you do. So we already filled our character sheet, so you can post that in the project section, and then you can post maybe a mood board or a picture or two that you chose to use as reference or as posing reference for your character. And I will see you in the next video. So bye bye! Hello and welcome back. Now, one of my favorite and best exercises that I've ever done in my whole drawing career is gesture drawing. I can't say this enough. It really helped me create better drawings overall and change my general drawing stiffness into a more fluid and dynamic process. A gesture drawing is basically a very loose type of sketching that is done quickly. You can get great expressions and emotion through focusing on something called the line of action. The line of action is an imaginary line. Imagine a line going down the character's spine. You look at your reference and you see that line that evokes the whole movement of the pose. We might see different lines of actions, but this only means that we perceive images and poses differently. It doesn't mean that there are wrong line of actions. Just be sure that this line reflects the whole movement. From there, just draw simple shapes for the body, and that's mostly it. Basically, you just have to draw what you see, but try to simplify it into basic shapes. You're trying to capture the movement here and the emotion. These are not perfect and detailed drawings, merely studies and sketches. This is basically a warm-up exercise, and it will help you decide how you want to draw your character. But before we start, you need some references. I really like using this website, lineofaction.com. There's lots of options for you to choose from, and you can set a timer as you prefer. Alternatively, if you already have an idea of how you want to draw your character, look up for specific poses on stock websites like pixabay.com or unsplash.com. So, that's what we're starting with for drawing our character. Don't worry if this exercise still feels a bit confusing. On the next video, we'll be practicing gesture drawing together. This way you can understand it better by doing it. So, let's go have some fun. Hello and welcome. Alright, so we've talked about gesture drawing and you heard me talk a lot, so now it's time to put it into practice. Now, you're still going to hear me talk a lot, but this time we're going to be drawing. So, if you like to be listening and watching a video while drawing, this is a good time to do so. We can do gesture drawing together, or if you prefer to, you watch the video and then you do your own practice. So we're going to do this in two parts. First, we're going to use lineofaction.com, like I mentioned before, to warm up. We're going to just start some random poses that appear on this website, just so our hands start getting used to using a pen and drawing lines, because usually when you start drawing, you might notice this, is that our hands feel very stiff. And this is normal. And when this happens, we are very rarely happy with the drawings we do when our hands are stiff. So warming up is a good thing to do before going for your actual drawings, and that's what we're going to do now. Maybe 10-15 minutes of warming up. It's totally up to you how long you want to be warming up, but you don't need to take a lot of time. So I'm going to choose here covered models, only male models, mostly because I'm going to draw a male character, so I want to start practicing that. But you choose whatever is better for you. If you want to draw only female models, feel free to do so. If you want to draw both, well, that's awesome as well. So just choose whatever. Now, as for time, I'm going to put 2 minutes. 2 minutes is usually the best when doing gesture drawing, mostly because you don't want to get into detail. Our goal here with the gesture drawing is to capture the pose. We don't want to go into anatomy and details and being perfect. We just want to capture a pose. So simple shapes, simple lines, it's all we need. So 2 minutes, it's perfect for that. So I hope you'll join me and we're going to start drawing. Alright, so I have my pencil here. Good. I'm going to add some transparency, mostly because that's just how I prefer. So we talked about finding our line of action, right? So that's what we're going to start first. So I'm going to do this here. So this is for me the line of action, which is this line right here. So now that we found it, we're going to start drawing. So as you can see, I'm being very sketchy with my lines, which is fine. And I'm going to start drawing simple shapes. A good way to figure out how to draw the torso is by drawing beans, weird beans, but beans, as I've done right here. So we are doing this, and as you can see, the shapes I'm using, they are not very well, they're not very realistic, right? But that's mostly because I'm trying to figure out new ways to draw my characters. So new shapes and new... Well, this one is very weird. Well, it's fine. It's only the first one. We're not warmed up yet, so it looks nothing like... But yes, I'm trying to find new shapes when drawing my characters, so that's mostly why I'm going to be not going to be very realistic. So that's another good way to use gesto drawing. So if you're feeling like you're stuck with your art style or your drawings, do some gesto drawing, because you'll see that will help a lot with getting new ideas or trying out new things. Don't look at that one. So this leg goes a bit this way. And remember, this is not supposed to be perfect. You're just trying to capture the poses. So this one went a little bit better. I'm glad. It's obviously not perfect, but I think you can understand the pose. So that's nice. Let's add the mask here of our ninja. So also, if you're doing this for the first time, feel free to start with just the line of action. Don't worry about anything else for now. Just draw the line of action, and when you're ready, you can start drawing more than a line of action. So just do one line, that line that you think captures the pose, and then you can go or start going for simple shapes that represent the body. So if you want to just do that for now, feel free to do so. I would say, like, just do some I don't know, 5-6 drawings of where you just show the line of action, and then maybe I made this one too close to the page, to the end of the page. I'm going to move it a bit. So just draw like 5, 6, maybe even 10, whatever you feel more comfortable with, drawings just showing the line of action. And then you can start adding, when you feel like you feel better your lines, you start liking your lines better, start going for drawing shapes. This is a very, even though you might feel like you're not doing actual drawings, doing drawings of just a line of action can be very, very important to gain some confidence. All right, so believe me, I've been there, so I know how much doing some gesture drawing can help you. So I've drew the legs a bit too short. There you go, this is better this way. So you see, we started like this, which is kind of terrible. Then we went for this one, which is, well, more or less, and this one I think it feels more fluid. So as you can see, as we warm up, our drawings start to get better. So if you feel that when you sit down and start drawing, and when you start drawing and you don't like how they're looking, well, then maybe the answer is to just do a bit of warm up. If you do some warm up, maybe you'll see the difference in your drawings. Because as you start doing things, your hands, your muscle memory even starts waking up and doing what you're used to. Sometimes we just forget to draw, even if it's just for a bit, and that's pretty normal. Believe me. So now for the legs, one goes this way and the other right here, right? And now the other one goes this way. See, I feel that with each drawing it's going better and better than at the beginning. And I'm really sad about the first drawing, let me tell you. But it's fine. We just move on and continue. I'm going to do the skirts either way, a little bit. Okay. See, now this one, I feel it's even better than the one before. So we're always improving. Now I think I'm just going to do this. It's going to be the last, because otherwise this is going to get boring for you. And then after this one, we're going to go for our poses, actual poses, the ones we chose. There we go. Now there we go. So see, we started very badly because you can't even tell what is this pose supposed to be. But now I think I've redeemed myself a little bit, because now you can tell the poses that I've drawn. So here we are. This is what we've done. I really like these last two. I think they are my favorite. So doing some gesture drawing can be very helpful for you to be more fluid with your drawings. and it's a very good warm-up. So if this is the first time you're drawing today, do some gesture drawing, even if it's just for 10 minutes. As you can see, this didn't take that long, but it helped me a lot getting used to holding my pen and for my muscles to remember how to draw, because we use our muscles for everything, right? And we always need to do some warm-up before exercising. And the same goes with drawing, not just for exercise or go to the gym. It's also important for drawing, not only so your drawings look better, but also so your hands won't suffer later on. So I hope you had fun with this part, and now I'm going to go grab the references that we got on our other video, and we're going to draw those. So hopefully I will see you there. So warm up, take as long as you want with this one, and I'll see you next for our poses. Alright, so here we are again. We've warmed up. As you can see, it can be a bit challenging sometimes. Even I didn't start very well. It was the first time drawing today, but even though I think I started pretty badly, we ended up with some good drawings at the end. So I feel like my drawings are going a good way. I like my lines right now, so I'm taking the chance to go for the poses that we looked for on our references video. So I have here to the side the images that I chose. I put them all in one document, kind of like a mood board like we talked about, and now I'm going to draw them. So this is again some practice. This is also a good time for you to start figuring out how your character looks. Don't worry about clothes yet, but for example the hair, the shape of the eyes, any other details of their face, for example, or even hands or legs. It's a good time to figure that out. Another thing I want to say, so we're going for specific poses now, right? So we are looking to draw poses that we want our character in. So these are the ones that I chose. I already had kind of an idea in mind. You want to know if you want to draw your character sitting, if they are laying down, if they are running, jumping. But even if you know already what you want to draw, try to get some references, especially if it's the first time you're drawing your character in those poses. There's nothing to be ashamed of when doing references. It's not cheating. It is a tool for you to learn. So use them. Really, don't be afraid to do that. So I have these ones here, and let's start. I'm going to start with this one. Again, you can start with line of action if you want, or you can do some shapes right away. Also, as you can see, I'm being a bit more refined with my drawings this time. Mostly because even though this is quite a bit of gesture drawing, I now want to have a better look of my character. And one of these, we're going to choose one of these later on to do our final drawing of our characters. So we kind of want to do cleaner drawings this time. Also, two of my poses are very similar, but I don't mind that because I have a specific look for my character, and that helps. So there we have it. I'm not going to draw clothes, as I said, but for example, I'm going to start adding maybe the hair. So I was thinking, remember that image? So we have here our image of Flash, and I said I kind of envisioned him having the hair pulled back. So I want to do that with a ponytail and then a shave underneath. So let's start exploring that idea. Also, I want a braid right here, a tiny braid. So you see, I'm already starting to explore how his face will look. So feel free to do that right now as well. There we go, something like this. Let's go for the next one. Oh yes, another thing I want to mention to you. So we chose our references, right? And we're going to use this for our character, these poses. And if you're having difficulty finding out the shapes, or you just can't draw it, you seem that something is off when drawing the pose, is you can go on top of the pictures that you took or that you found and draw the shapes. This will help you memorize how does the pose work. So if you do this, you can do this a few times, draw just the shapes on top of it, even though you're not consciously doing this. But as you repeat these shapes, when you're going to draw in your empty canvas, you see that your muscles memorized those shapes and how to draw them. So it is a good exercise. Again, if you're feeling that your drawings are not going as you want them, if you're having some difficulty with the poses, just try to draw the shapes on top of the images, and then draw the shapes on your document or on your piece of paper. So if you're doing this traditionally, you can print the pictures. So either the ones you took or the ones you found, like we did here, with some transparency. I'm sorry, yeah, you can put them like, I don't know, let's see what we have here. So maybe 60% with a white background underneath, and then you can take up a pen or a pencil and draw just shapes on top. And when you feel you're ready, go to your sketchbook and draw those same shapes, and you'll see that will help you learn how to draw the poses. At some point you won't need to do these shapes on top of the images, because you already know how to draw the body, how to draw the poses. You can do this, alright? It's totally fine. It is a way of you to learn. So if you need to take that time, do it. So as I said, we're going for our next pose, and I really like this one, even though it's a bit similar to the first, but it's, if I put the hands on the waist, it really shows how confident Jonah is. So again, as you can see, I'm being a bit more refined with my shapes here, with my drawings. So the arms go this way and then this, right? And the legs open up as well. Oh, I really like this one. I might go for this one for our final. So when we go for the next stage, I might go with this one because I really like it. So again, let's try our hair again. Not only the hair, but also here. So we have the undershave, and then the little braids, and the hair is tied up, but we can't really see. Very confident face. It's too small. So very simple. Okay, I kind of want to draw but I won't do it. But yeah, something like this I really like. I also really like the long neck. This is something that I started to incorporate in my drawings, the long neck. I really like drawing the necks too long, so I'm going to keep that. Here we have the hands. Alright, I'm really happy about this. Maybe this thing goes up a bit more. Alright. Very simple drawings. For example, if you don't know how your character looks yet, feel free to draw the pose many times and try out different hair shapes, different eyes, different expressions. I already have an idea of how my character will look, so I'm just incorporating that in the pose. But if you really don't know how to go about it, just draw. For example, I drew this pose, right? I could draw this pose again. Well, let's do it actually. Again, you can do this at the same time as I do, so if I'm here longer, that means you'll be drawing longer. So we have this shape, right? Then this one, the legs go this way. I'm going to make these shapes a bit more with less contrast, because otherwise it looks a bit too feminine. Okay, so we have here the character. So I don't know, let's say he has a bit of spiky hair, you know? Try out different things, start exploring that. In this phase it's a very good time, so do many sketches. With the idea for your character. Silly eyes. So you see, just drawing the face differently, the hair differently, I give a completely different look to my character. It's not the same character anymore even. So do explore this at this point. It's really helpful, so when you go to the next stages, you already know how your character looks like. Now I'm going for the final pose. This one also looks very fun. So we'll see how it will go. So let's start with the head. Alright, so we have here the shoulder almost going a bit in the front, going down, and then this way. This one goes here, and then behind the body. And now we have here our pin, right, like we talked about. And now, so one leg goes behind. Let me see how I'm going to go about it. Also, exaggeration. This is something that you really want to take in account when drawing your characters, when drawing the pose. So, I mean, yes, this is a good image, but we're going to draw, we're not looking for realism, right? So why not exaggerate those shapes, go overboard with it. He looks like he is going even farther and faster than he's supposed to, right? So don't be afraid when drawing your characters, your poses, exaggerate it. It's really important, so it keeps your drawings more interesting and more dynamic. Oh, I'm really happy with this one too, so now I gotta choose one of them. Alright, so these are all the poses. Okay, I'm going to show you all the references here so you can see them. Maybe put here to the side. Here it's good. Alright, so we have here the 3 poses that we chose before we drew them. I definitely like these 2. I really like this one, but for the class I'm not sure it's going to be the best one to go for, especially having in account that we're going to be drawing clothes and it's going to be hard. I'm really divided into which one will I choose. I might try this one, but because I feel it's really dynamic, it really shows who Jonah is, even though I might, let me just try it. I might do this, because if I do it, him looking to the other side, we can't see his braid, and I think his braid is very important, so I'm going to do something like this. So yeah, this is what we did. So do all the poses that you want, and when you finish, choose the one that you like the most, or the one you feel that is more relevant for the character you're drawing, and then it's time to go for the next phase. So I will see you there. I hope you had fun with this, either if you drew at the same time, either if you're going to do that afterwards. Feel free to go and update your project, so you can either you can show me the drawings that you did using the references that you searched and saved before, so from your mood board, and you can also tell me which one you're going to draw, which one are you keeping and moving to the rest of the course. So I will see you there. I think I'm going to do with the running one. Well, let's go for the next video and keep working on our character. I hope you really have fun with this, because I think this is a really fun process. So I'll see you there. Hello and welcome back. Now, one very important aspect of character design is to get a good and strong silhouette. The silhouette is a very dark shape and outline of a person or object visible against a very bright background. For example, those romantic photos taken against a setting sun, that's a silhouette. Now, the important thing about drawing the silhouette is that your character is very easily recognizable. For example, see if you can recognize this silhouette. That one was easy, right? How about this one? Well, this one doesn't look like any character in particular, does it? That's because it's quite hard to recognize where each limb is and the pose the character is in. On the other hand, if I show you an image like this is quite more easily recognizable, isn't it? That's because it has a more dynamic pose and silhouette. Now, this doesn't mean that the previous image was wrong. It's hard to make a recognizable character just standing quietly. Or sometimes you don't want to make a pose particularly flashy, you just want a simple pose to work for the current mood. But for our character, we want to make a recognizable and well-presented silhouette right now. So based on your favorite gesture drawing that you did in the previous video, let's turn it into a silhouette. Simply block out the general shapes and see how it looks. Does it look too clumped together? If you show this to a friend, will they understand that this is a character in the pose you want? Ask yourself these questions, or even show this to someone and ask them what they think it is. In fact, you can just post it in the community section of the course and ask for feedback as well. If you need to, exaggerate the movement that you're going for, so that it's more easily recognizable. Try to leave white space between shapes instead of having a singular big shape. I'm going to do the exact same process in the next video with our character, so if you'd like to see what I mean more clearly, I'll see you in the next video. Alright, hello and welcome back. So we did talk about silhouette a lot, right? As you can see, it can be very helpful when drawing dynamic poses of your characters. It's not always necessary, but for our process here, it's something that I want you to go through. So that's what we're going to do this time. This is going to be quite quick, and well, I already have quite a dynamic pose, right? So I don't think I will have a lot of trouble with my pose being recognizable, but maybe there's some tweaks that we can do here, so we're going to take a look at it now. So we have the hair going up, we have the face here. So for example here, I can kind of already tell that this is going to be a bit of a problem here. But we'll see it later on. And for me, I feel that this is also an exercise on gesture drawing. Some people will just draw the silhouette, so they'll be doing that exercise that we did, but instead of going through poses with lines, they will go, and shapes, they will go with it through silhouettes. Because if you do a silhouette of a drawing, you will make sure that the pose makes sense. Now, of course, none of this is refined right now. Oh, I drew on top of it. Did I? Yes, I did. Haha. I'm just going to redo this very quickly. So we have here our silhouette. So I feel that yes, the pose is still quite recognizable. This eraser was too big. The pose is still recognizable, but I think we can do a bit better here. So for example, one thing I'm seeing is I think this leg is much bigger than this one, so I'm going to shorten that a bit. So you see, you'll notice some mistakes when doing the silhouette. But this here, I'm going to erase this side a bit. This way. Also here the leg is a bit too thick compared to this one, see? So let's change that. Okay, this is better. So this is part of refining your character even. It doesn't need to be perfect, but it's going to help you understand the pose better. I'm not sure how I'm going to do this hand yet, I'm going to be honest with you. So for now I'm going to leave it and see other things that are as important. So this here is also very too strong, so I'm going to, or too thick, so I'm going to make it a bit thinner. The braid here might look a bit weird, but I'm going to leave it for now. Alright, so also these white space are very important, as we've seen in the previous video. Having white spaces in the pose is very important, otherwise it's just going to be a black blob, a black spot, and you won't be able to figure out the pose. So be sure to have some white spaces in your pose. If that means to give to tweak a little bit the perspective of your pose or exaggerate the movements a bit more, you might want to change those things. You see, we had the hand, it was turned inside, right, to the inside of the body, so you could barely see the hand, you could barely see what are fingers and what aren't. And now that I decided to change the hand here in my silhouette, I feel that it gives a complete different feel to my pose. I really like it how it is right now. It's just shame that this one isn't showing, but we can actually try something. We can try it, I don't know. Instead of going this way, we can going this way. No, it's too weird. I think I'll leave it. Otherwise it's like all the arms and legs are going everywhere. It's just too weird, but I like it how it is right now. So, and I think you can tell what, going to just shorten this leg a little bit more. What is the character doing? I can even maybe tilt it a little bit this way. Yeah, I think I really like this. I'll just do some more tweaks. Of course, you can do this forever, so it is important to know when to stop. But I'm going to do just one tiny bit of experimenting here. Alright, yes, I think this is good, and I'm going to leave it this way. So this is what we had at the beginning. Of course, it gives a bit more dynamic to our drawing, right, because you can't tell where each shape of it is, and here, well, you can't tell where everything is, right? But you can tell that the character is running, and you can tell where each limb is. It's very clear what the character is doing, and if the character has something that will easily identify him, so for example a crazy hairstyle, a hat, anything that will help identify the character. You can even identify a character just by its silhouette, like we've seen in the video before. It's something that is really fun to see in Pokemon, for example, is that every Pokemon that you see, you can recognize them with the silhouette. They even did that mini game in their show, right? When you came back from the ads, they would ask you, who is that Pokemon? And you would see the silhouette and you could tell which Pokemon was, because the drawings, the character design of them is made so well that even just with the silhouette you can recognize who the characters are or who the Pokemons are. So that is something really important and to have in mind into account. So don't skip this step. Do a very simple silhouette of your character. Update your project if you want to with the silhouettes. This way, if you have everything posted in the project section, you can actually see your process and you'll see the changes your character went through. So I think that's really fun. And I will see you in the next video where we're going to start refining our characters. So I'll see you there. Hello and welcome back. So we did some gesture drawing, we drew the silhouettes of our character, and now it's time to fix and draw the limbs, torso and other anatomy details of our character. Anatomy and proportion are two very different things, but they do have a strong relation with each other. Proportional in the Oxford Dictionary says corresponding in size or amount to something else. This is fundamental when drawing your character. You want your character to have the proportions you desire and to keep them consistent. Same-sized arms and legs is usually a staple in character design. But of course, if you want to draw a character with a very thin arm and a super large one, that's fine as well. This is when anatomy comes in. Anatomy differs widely from art style to art style, but usually the basics are the same. 5-fingered hands, nose in the center of the face, and so on. Even if you're not working in any specific art style, body proportions can change quite easily. I'm sure you've met super tall people and others that are very tiny, for example. I'm sure you've also seen art styles that will also play with these ideas. Popeye is a good example. He's quite thin, but there's a lot of muscle in his arms. After all, that's what his character is all about, right? He's very strong, so he looks the part. Now let's look at Olive. She's a tall character, but very lean. Her legs are very thin as well as her arms. In fact, this idea is reinforced with how big her feet and hands look. They make her look even thinner. All this to say, you must keep a close watch on how consistent your character is in terms of proportion, but don't stress too much about problems in the anatomy. In fact, this is something that you get better by drawing over and over, and it takes time. There's no need to rush it. For now, let's focus on creating our character so it looks right. What matters is that it looks visually appealing, that's all. Experiment with different proportions, try different styles, just have fun with it and take your time. Make sure that all the limbs look good and everything is proportionate. Go through each shape of the body one by one. Oh, and don't worry about clothing for now, that's something that we'll be covering soon. Now I'll be doing the same refining of the body in the next video, so follow me to see an example firsthand. See you soon! Hello and welcome back. So we talk about anatomy and proportions, and that's what we're going to do now. So we have our silhouettes. It's time to refine our character, so we're going to draw all the limbs. Now it's a time where we will make our final decisions about the hair, the eyes, and how is our character's figure. So do you want him to be lean, tall, chubby? So all of these decisions are made now. So we're going to start with a sketch, figuring out how our character will look like physically, and then we're going to do our final lines for the body. Again, not doing clothes yet, just the body. So now it's time to start refining our character and knowing how we want them to look. So I'm going to pick here my pencil brush. The one I always like to use, this one. I'm going to add some transparency to my silhouette. If you're doing this traditionally, you'll probably want to be drawing side by side, so you have the silhouette and then on the other side next to it you'll probably want to be drawing your sketch, mostly because you can't really draw on top of the silhouette unless you're using a white pen. So now I'm going to try and start adding details. So we have here the hair that I want to go this way and then this way. Something like this. Alright. Maybe even add here a bit of loose hair on the front. I haven't decided yet if I want my lines to be more curvy and round like this, or if I want them to be a bit spiky, or a bit of a mix. For now I think I'm going to leave it this way. So we have here the head, right? So this first part is still sketch, so feel free to add any lines that might help you figure out where everything is. So here is the undershave part, and we need to add the braid, right? So the braid is coming from here, around here. The braid is also going to be very geometric. Alright. This here is going to be darker probably. Maybe the hair should be higher up, like this. Let's see. So take your time and don't settle for the first option that you come up with. Try to come out with different ideas, because sometimes our first idea isn't the best one. So we gotta see and try different ideas, because we might come up with something even better than what we have right now. I want him to have some freckles. He's running, so he's really happy. Alright, so now it's time. For now we are done with the head here. So now it's time for the arms. So I want them to be quite thin. He's a boy, he's a young boy, so... and he's quite lean. Okay, let's leave it this way for now. Now for the rest, for the torso. So for example, the torso, I'm going to make it smaller or leaner here. Maybe it's because it should come from here, right? So something like this. Probably means that I want to make this arm leaner. So this is a lot of trial and error as you go. So it can be, in a way, it can be easier when doing digitally, but if you're doing this traditionally, it also means that you'll be experimenting much more, which is also very good, because you're going to be doing many sketches, different sketches, so it's a good practice. Alright, so now for the legs. So I changed here the torso a lot, so I think I have to move here a little bit, just so I can follow better the silhouette. So as you can see, I'm keeping the pose mostly the same as we had. I'm just figuring out how the body of, how Jonah's body looks, and translating that into my drawings, or into my drawing in this case. It's just one. I'm really enjoying how he's looking. Just going to erase here these lines. Also, don't be afraid to be messy. I just realized now the head is a little bit too big, so I'll either make the body a bit bigger. Let's try making the body bigger. Or I'll have to resize the head. I feel it will be easier to change the head a bit. And then at the end, if we feel that everything is too small, we'll just resize the whole body and make it bigger. So maybe something like this. Let me see. Okay, I think I'll continue for now. And when I'm done, I'll just hide my silhouette and take a fresh look at it. I'm thinking about rounder feet. Don't know how will that work. Not sure if that's how I want to go, but let's do some tries and see if we like the rounder feet. Now this leg might be a bit too big, so I'm going to move it here. I'm missing the hand, so I'll have to do that, but before that, let me just take a look here. Something feels weird right now, so I'm trying to understand what. Maybe it's this arm. We're still missing the hand, so it will be even longer, so maybe it's too long right now. The head also feels a bit off. There's something here that I do not like, but I can't put my finger on it, so I guess I'll have to continue and figure it out as we go. So okay, we need to draw the hand now. My worst enemy. Let's do it this way. I've been trying to draw, or at least the shapes of the hands, a bit differently lately, and I think it's working, although in this case I want these two to be separated, so I need to draw this shape differently. Let's see, how can we do this? It's not perfect yet, but I don't hate it, so we'll keep it. I'm going to resize them because the fingers are a bit too long for a child. Alright, I think this might be it. I'm going to make some more experiences with resizing the body here. I think I'm going to keep this as it is. Not sure about this fit yet, but we'll see. So yes, I'm going to do the line art now for the body. But since I'm going to do this digitally and we're going to add clothing afterwards, I can erase the lines that overlap with the clothing later on. So if you're doing this traditionally, I'd say to leave it as sketch and try to not put too much force in your pencil. So your lines should be very soft, so that when you draw the clothing on top, you can erase the lines of the body that overlap very easily. Otherwise, you can also just remake your sketch, again with very soft lines. You can use some tracing paper and you'll either draw the clothing on top on the next video, or you can redraw your character again with softer lines, so you can draw the clothing again on top of it. So there's many ways to do this digitally. It's just so you don't have a mess of lines and then you don't know what will be clothing and what is the body. If you're doing this digitally, then you can do as I'm going to do. So I'm going to do the whole line art on top of this sketch, and then when we go for the clothing, I can just erase the lines I don't need. But for now, I'm going to do some final lines, final and clean lines. Let's see if I like it this way or smaller, maybe smaller. So now all we have to do is go over each line, but give it a cleaner look. Remember that you can take as long as you want, either with the sketch or with your final lines, your final line art. We're not going against the clock nor anything, so just take your time, alright? especially if you're not used to doing line art. It is important to be very patient with this. I think that drawing the line art is actually my favorite part of a drawing, because sometimes from the sketch to the final thing I change a lot, so that's kind of fun. I like to see how much my drawing changes from first sketch, because we all have our processes, right? Here we basically did the 3 phases that I usually do. So I usually start with very basic shapes and weird sketches sometimes. Then I'll go through a more refined sketch, so like we did here. And finally, I'll do the final lines, my final line art. So it does take some time. And if I'm not having a good drawing day, I might do quite a lot of sketches until I'm happy with what I have. It's all part of the process, and it's very normal. So don't be afraid of repeating your drawings and your sketches, because you'll always be improving with each drawing you're doing. You'll notice that from sketch to sketch, your lines will be improving. So don't be afraid to repeat drawings. It's fine. I'm really happy with how the head turned out. Ooh, I like it. Let's see how the rest will come along. Am I going to draw this arm shorter than I did before? I think I will. Alright, so now I gotta move this hand. We'll see if this will make any sense, but I might have to, if I want to do this, I might want to get here this part thinner. Right? That makes sense. Let's go back a few steps. I'm not sure I want to shorten this arm. So for now I'm going to go for the rest. Well, if I make this arm shorter, I might have to resize the head again. Decisions. I'm being quite soft with my lines right now and trying to figure out how I want the feet to look. As I said before, I'm trying to feel like my art is going through some changes, and I'm trying to figure out what those changes are and trying out different things with it. This is something quite normal, and it happens from time to time. So don't be scared if it happens to you. It's a good time for you to experiment with new things. Maybe sometimes it's all a matter of changing the tools that you're using. Other times it's changing the way you think about art and how you draw. So now I gotta make these feet look similar. Will I be able to? That's the question. Okay, let me go back a little bit. Yes, the head is still too big. Thankfully, doing this digitally will always let me change that mistake. I have a problem with oversized heads. Maybe I should incorporate that with my style sometime. Maybe it will help. So this, I'm going to grab my pencil here. They probably should be at the same size, right? The hands and the foot. They should be on the same line, more or less. So let's redo this part here. In traditional, when you're going to do a line art with your pens, your fine liners, well, You only get one chance. That's why it's so scary, but it can be really fun. So let me hide here the sketch. Look at this a little bit. Maybe I'll be moving this up a little bit. The legs. I feel like the torso is a little bit too long. So maybe like this. Let me look at the head. I think it's good. So now I'm just going to make the drawing a little bit bigger in general, because as you can see, my canvas, and there's a lot of white canvas around, so maybe I should resize it so it's a little bit bigger. Something like this might be good for now. So this is it. We are done with refining our character. I'm very happy with it. I really like how it's going. So now it is time for the clothing. So follow me to the next video where we're going to start drawing clothing for our character. So I'll see you there. Hello and welcome back. Now, we've talked a bit about outfits, but very quickly while we mentioned references. But if you still haven't figured out the type of clothing that your character is wearing, now is the time. Think about what your character is wearing on a normal day and if that fits with their characteristics and personality. Is it comfortable and loose clothing, or maybe tight and cool looking outfits? Take your time to answer these questions and figure out what works best for your personal character. This is your original character, so you have the last say on every detail. Once you've got that figured out, it's time to find some reference images. Yes, again, just like we did in one of the previous videos, feel free to use websites like Pinterest and Pixabay to help. If you want, you can even pause the video to look for those now. Don't worry, I'll wait. Remember that you don't need to stick with one outfit right away. Feel free to explore different ideas until you find one that you like. Sometimes our first idea isn't the best one, so it's good to have alternatives. If you already have an idea of how you want your character to look, search for those specific items. If you only have an idea of the style, look for that style and try out different outfits until you find one that is perfect for your character. Alright, so now that you have your reference images, it's time to start drawing. Remember, you don't have to copy the exact position of the outfit, this is only here to help you. So try to figure out the main shapes and put them in perspective. These might take a few tries, but don't worry, it's all part of the process, so enjoy it! In the next video I'm going to be doing just that, so you can just see firsthand my drawing process, so I'll see you there. Hello and welcome back! So here we are again for our drawing phase. This time we're going to be drawing the clothing of our character. We first looked for references for poses, right? So now it was time to look for some references for clothing. So I spared you from looking at me looking for references, since that takes quite some time. Especially, I feel that finding references for clothing, especially if you had something in mind already, can be quite hard because you want something very specific and then you can't find it. So I have here a few. And when I first thought about Jonah, my character, I think I saw a picture of a poncho or a character using some kind of cape, poncho cape, and I don't know, I really like the idea of wearing a poncho, so I started drawing Jonah in that, so I kind of want to incorporate that in my character. So we're going to do that. So I have here two images of a poncho that I have as a guide. Well, I want him to wear comfortable clothing, right? I mean, he's always running around, he'll be fishing, he'll be on the lake a lot. So the poncho is mostly for when the days get a bit colder. So he'll probably have a tank top below that, but I like that the poncho is a thing of his, so I want him to be wearing that. And then for the bottoms I thought of some kind of loose, very loose and a bit longer shorts, so like these ones here. so that if he wants, he can roll them up if he wants to go into the river. If not, they are very loose and the fabric is quite thin as well, so if it gets wet, it's fine as well. So that's kind of the look I was looking for. So I have these images. I have this other poncho here. It has some fringes. I'm not sure I want to incorporate that, but we'll try it. So that's why I have this picture here. So now I'm going to make this one a bit smaller and keep it here so that I can go back to and look at it whenever I feel the need to. And now we're going to start drawing on top of our line. So I'm going to add some transparency here so it doesn't get too confusing. My pencil as always, and we're going to start with the poncho. So the pose that we have can be quite complicated, but we can do this. I'm going to start drawing. I want poncho to be quite big on him. I want it to go up to the neck. Alright, something like this, going this way. And here there's a bit of a sleeve as well. We can see a little bit, but the elbow comes sticking out. So I think I like this. Very simple, a very simple shape. I like it. So when coming up for the clothing of your character, it's important to know in which setting they are so that the clothing makes sense. So for example, if you decide to make a character that is a knight, then maybe you want to draw them in some armor and with a weapon or two, I don't know. Even if you don't want to draw armor, you want to draw clothing that usually goes underneath armors or something very simple and that is easy to wear and comfortable. I don't know, let's see what else. If you're drawing a princess or someone from a noble family, then maybe you want to go for a very exuberant dress, right? So with lots of details, the hairdo with some laces as well and bows, things like that. So it's very important to think about the setting of your character and also the personality, right? It's good to think about these things. That's why we try to figure out who our character is before coming up with all the rest. And don't worry, drawing the clothing might sometimes be a bit, or coming up with the ideas for the clothing can be a bit hard, but you'll get there. Even if you don't have an idea of how you want your character to dress, for example, I wanted Jonah to be in the poncho, right? I had that idea of the outfit right away. But if you don't, that's fine, don't worry. But imagine, just think only about the setting of your character. So like I said, do they live in modern times? Then go look for the fashion right now. Go look for pictures of fashion that is used right now. Go to stores or look for catalogs and you'll find something that you like. Does your character live in the 90s or the 80s? Then you'll want to look for outfits from that time. Does your character live in a medieval or fantasy world? Then go look for references from those times or settings and you'll see that you'll find something that you like. Feel free to draw your character in different outfits. This is actually something I like to. Sometimes I pick a character of mine, I find an outfit on Pinterest, for example, and I think, you know what, I want to draw my character in that. Even if my character doesn't live in my settings, it's kind of a, let's imagine if my character lived in the 90s, for example, and I will find an outfit that I think fits them and I will draw them in them. It's really fun to do. So just look for outfits that you like and you'd like to see your character in, and you'll see that from then you'll find something. There's so much stuff around. You can even, I don't know, if there's an outfit that you really like to use of yours, take pictures in that outfit and try to use that in your character. You might find something that you really like and it might fit your character. Just be creative with it. And again, don't stick with the first choice. Try many things, try to draw your character in different outfits until you find one that is perfect. That will be the default outfit for your character, but you'll also have many other options to draw your character in. So it's a win-win, in my opinion, to draw your character in many outfits. So, as I said, I want very loose shorts and they are a bit longer than usual. I also wanted them to look, they're not new, so I'm going to add a few seams here. So they look like they've been rearranged more than once, because he's always playing around, right? So it's more than natural that the clothes are going to be in ruins. So, okay, I think this is it. Very simple. Like I said, I want it to be very simple. So I'm going to just try the fringe like we talked about. But I feel like the fringe is for a more winter setting, so it's a kind of fabric that, or texture that is very thick. For example, this poncho here is made of wool, right? So I don't think I want the poncho to look that thick and wintry. Like I said, I think my character lives in a very tempered place, so I think the poncho is good. It's not very thick, but it's not very thin either, so it's good for those days that's starting to get a bit chilly, but not too much, so it's perfect. I might want to add another layer, maybe, like there's 2 layers of poncho. I might like that. Yeah, I might do that. So this way. I also kind of want some buttons on the front, but since we don't see it here, I'll have to leave that for later, so I'll try to not forget to add that kind of detail. But for now, I think we are mostly done with our outfit. So again, it's time to draw the final lines, and when we're done with the final lines, I'm going to erase all the lines inside the outfit because we don't see them, right? So again, I'm going to pick up here my pen in black, and now I'm just going to redraw my lines so they look cleaner. Also, don't be afraid to add a lot of details to your character's outfits. I usually like to keep things simple, but if you've seen some of my characters, for example Jean, I decided to still add lots of decoration to her sleeves and to her coat. She has potions all around her, and the same goes for Brynn. I also decided to go for a lot of jewelry that she's wearing, so I think this one, Jonah here, is the simple character I've come up to in a while, because I'm always thinking, okay, I'm going to keep things simple, I'm not going to add a lot of details, and then I go and I add a lot of details. So yeah, this time I think I managed to keep things simple. And it makes sense for the character, right? I mean, he's from a fishing village. I don't imagine that they have, the families that live there, they don't have a lot of money, so they'll have to keep things simple. They are working, they are fishing all the time, so they cannot really afford to have fancy clothing, right? So I tried to incorporate that in his outfit and his design in general. But if you're drawing a very exuberant character, then it does make sense to have, for them to have lots of details, right? Usually, for example, in the case of Brynn, or Brynn Rhys, she loves jewelry. She just loves shiny things, right? So she'll be wearing lots of jewelry all the time. Everything will be golden and with pretty jewels and colorful jewels. So I had to do it, even though I like to keep things simple. And in a way, her design is still quite simple, but there's quite a lot of detail as well. So it's all a matter of knowing your character and knowing how exuberant they will be or how simple. I think I'm going to repeat here this because I think this side of the shorts is a bit shorter than the other side. Again, when doing final lines, don't be too frustrated if you feel like you're repeating your lines a lot. It's normal. I do it all the time, as you can see, until I'm happy with the line I have. I'm going to erase these lines here. Okay, I'm sorry, I had to concentrate a bit there, so I stopped speaking a little bit. So now I'm going to add here some tiny details, and I added here this patch right here. So let me hide the sketch and see how it looks. Yeah, I like it. Shorts might be a little bit too long, but I can fix that very quickly. Because he's running, right? So the shorts are also going with the movement. So that means when he is standing still, the shorts will become longer because they are going with the movement. So they should look a bit shorter than they do. But I think this is it for now. So now I'm going to erase these lines here underneath. Since I'm using Clip Studio, so since I'm using a vector layer for my line art, the eraser has this vector eraser option. That means that we'll erase big chunks of lines at the time instead of me having to go and erasing everything manually. This really makes things a bit faster. And also a good thing of using vector erasers is that if you want to resize your drawings, your lines, you won't lose any quality by doing so. So if you're using Clip Studio, I really recommend doing that. So here we are. I'm very happy with the results. I really like how the outfit looks right now. So I hope you had fun. I hope you did try a lot of outfits. Feel free to post them so I can see them. And when you're done, choose one. If you did more than one outfit, choose one that you think that you like the most or that you think fits the character better. And then we're going to talk about colors and we're going to color our characters. So I'll see you there. Bye bye. Hello and welcome back. Now, this might be one of the harder parts of creating a character. At least for me, sometimes it is. The correct use of colors is very important in character design. In fact, you might have already seen quite a few unspoken rules on TV shows, cartoons, and movies about color theory. For example, most of the times when a character is using light and warm colors, there's some sort of heroic or good aligned character. As an example, angels are quite usually depicted in white garments and very shiny or golden. On the other hand, evil aligned characters tend to use darker colors, like demons with their dark skin and clothing. Not only that, but colors take a major part in showing the emotion of your characters. For example, red is very normally used for characters that tend to be angry, as well as blue for gloomy and sad characters. One of the best ways that I can show you this is with an example of the characters from Inside Out. I always talk about this movie when talking about emotions and color because each emotion has one main color, as you can see by this image. So plan your colors accordingly to the type of character you're drawing. One other thing that you want to pay attention to is the main colors that you're using for your character. For example, main characters tend to use one or several of the main colors like red, blue, and yellow. For example, Aang from Avatar: The Last Airbender uses all three, as well as Superman. This makes them stand out from the rest. This is easier to do once you know more about the world you're creating your characters in. But you can ask yourself if the character you're drawing is a main character or more of a secondary character. For a secondary character, the colors normally used are, you've guessed it, the secondary colors. This means colors such as green, orange, and purple. For example, Green Goblin from the Spider-Man comics and movies. Now, with all this said, it doesn't mean you can't use the colors as you wish, but I still advise you to take all this information into consideration so your character stays clear and consistent to their personality and traits. Finally, let me just say that two excellent websites that you can use to help you find some good color combinations to use are Paleton and Coolors.co. There's a lot of things that you can do with these sites, but I'll just walk you through the very basics. In Coolors.co, you can just hit the Start the Generator button and it will give you an interesting color palette that you can use. If you don't like it, just press the spacebar and you'll get a new one. This is great if you have no idea what to use and are looking for some color inspiration. In Paleton, you have some extra options and a more customized approach. You can choose a color and find monochromatic palettes, adjust in colors, try it, and many more by just tweaking the settings. Be sure to explore this one if you want more control on what you get. Usually I start with Coolors.co and then I'll tweak the colors to something that I like more with Paleton. So go right ahead and use those tools and the information I gave you in this video to pick the color palette of your character. Take your time, this doesn't even have to be the final palette. You can tweak it and try out different colors before setting on your final design. So don't stress too much about it, it's all about experimenting. Alright, so let's go over our character and go through this exact process in the next video. Hello and welcome back! So we are almost done with this part of doing our character. So all we are missing right now is coloring. One thing I forgot to mention in the outfit video is you might have noticed that I didn't draw anything for shoes. That's because I decided that Jonah walks barefoot almost all the time. He probably has some sandals, like one pair of sandals, but he never wears them. So yes, he's barefoot because I really like the idea of him going in the middle of the forest and by the lake, just running around, his feet full of mud. I think that's Jonah. Now it is time for us to color our character. This can be quite fun, sometimes it can be a bit hard to find a color palette that we are happy with. I think that for me it's usually a hit or miss. I either find that palette that I like right away or have the ideas for it right away, and other times I have to try a lot of palettes. And again, it is very important for you to try different colors, different palettes, because as always, maybe the first idea isn't the best, so it's important to experiment and try out different ideas until you get one that you think it's perfect. I think it's very entertaining to have like a document or a page of your character colored with different colors, so you get a very colorful page and you can go back to it from time to time, even though you chose one to go forward with. But I think it's a good thing to keep. So do try to do that. Maybe you don't need to have like 10 of them, but maybe 3 or 4, it's more than enough. You can even have like just two palettes and mix and match them. Try colors in different places of the outfits until you're happy with it. And for that, I kind of had an idea in mind of colors, but I'm going to use Coolors either way. I really like to use Coolors because it gives me random generated palettes, so you never know what you're coming up with. So if you really have no idea what colors to use, this one is my favorite to go for. We talked about Paleton, and I usually use Paleton when I already know which colors I'm using, but I want to try other tones, or for example, I thought about one color and I want to see what will combine better with that color. So I'll go there when I already have an idea of what color to use. If I don't, I'll use Coolors, because you just press your space button and bam, another palette. You press it again, another palette. And another interesting thing, for example, I wanted to use oranges in my character and yellow as well. So A good thing that you can do here, you have here some options. One of them, for example, is the lock option. So you can lock the colors that you liked. So for example, I liked that orange, I liked that yellow. Do I like this one for skin tone? No, I don't think so. And now I'm going to press the spacebar again, and bam! The only colors that changed were the ones that weren't locked. So I can keep some colors that I liked while looking for more random colors in this palette. You can also, for example, let me go for this one because I really like those tones. You can change the saturation and the hue of the color that you find, so you can adjust the color. You can find alternative shades as you see here and choose one that you might prefer. So let's say you really want to use this bluish purple, but you want it darker or lighter, you can do that. And finally, you can also drag them around because you might want to see how they react near other colors. I don't want this one locked. Okay, so I'm going to keep on trying to find colors for Jonah. Since he's kind of a main character, right? He's the leader of his group, so I kind of want to go with vibrant colors. And another thing to keep in mind when choosing the colors, try to keep it simple. Don't choose a lot of different colors because that will make it a bit harder for you. Oh, I like this one. So even if you find a palette, maybe you don't need to use all the colors in it. So for example, I know I'm going to use this tree, and maybe the rest is going to be lighter or darker tones from this tree. But either way, I will continue to look for some more colors, even, for example, maybe a skin tone. Well, you know what? Okay, I like the skin tone. We can try it for the skin tone. It might not work, we'll see. And there's another lighter yellow here, so I think I'm going to go with this palette. I like it. I was thinking about going with green, but that's a greenish blue or a bluish green. So I might go with that. I might change my mind, we'll see. But for now, I'm going to save this one. So for that, let me see if I remember. Yes, you go here to export. The save is if you had a palette and you have an account here, you can save it, and other people can see your palettes if you want. Otherwise, if you want it to your computer, you can go here to export. I'm going to save as PNG, and now save image as, and I'm going to save it here. Okay. So now all I have to do is open it in our documents. Again, if you're doing this traditionally, this is a good time to work with your markers. For example, if you like to use watercolors, you can use your watercolors, whatever tool you feel more comfortable with. You can still kind of use colors for looking for a palette. That way you can have an idea, then you just have to go look for your markers or your paints and try to match the colors with the palette that you found. Or you can just try it out, different colors with the colors you have, different palettes with the colors you have. It's totally up to you. Okay, so I open it here. So as always, people have different processes and different ways of working. This is how I usually go, but if you have another way of working, then that's fine too. Just going to make this a bit smaller, bring it to this side because I just prefer to have it on my right side. Now I'm going to add a layer below my line art. I'm going to grab my paint bucket, have this refer other layers option active, so that when I use it, I'm going to show you right away, just so you, it's going to be painting inside the lines only. So a really nice option to have here, so it's easier and faster to add color. And I'm going to start picking up these colors and add them to my character. So thought about the poncho being in this greenish tone, the shorts and dark orange. I actually thought about giving another color to this size. For example, this way I might switch them and see how they look like. Now this yellow for the hair, let me see if I like it. Yeah, I think so. Now one thing I thought about, I know in a way it might not make a lot of sense, but I kind of him having his hair dyed. So that means that the eyebrows and the undershave would have another color. So maybe a dark brown. So I'm trying to go and do that. Let me just change here this line a little bit. So I'm going to pick here the blonde, and make it darker. Yes, I really like it. Like, I don't know, people would dye their hairs in medieval times, right? If I'm not mistaken, Vikings would actually do that, so to keep the hair cleaner. So it's not that weird to do it, okay? I really like how it looks. Now let's try this for skin tone. I think it's a bit too yellow. So let's try other, because he can't be, his skin can't be too light, right? Since if he's always outside playing, that means he's under the sun a lot. Let's try switching out the colors here and see if I prefer them. I think so. I still don't think I'm still not a fan of the oranges with the skin tone. So what if we do this and see, I'm trying out different things. What if we add this brown to the shorts? No, I don't like it. Not sure if I like this as skin tone, but it does look better with the orange here. So yeah, coloring for me sometimes it can be a bit of a hassle. But it's fun, even though it can take me some time to figure out how I want it. I think it's really fun. And as you can see, the coloring isn't perfect right now, which is perfectly fine since I'm just experimenting with it for now. So when I decide for the final palette for him, the final color scheme, then I will color it properly. I like it, but I'm not sure about the shorts. So I'm going to try it the other way around again. I think I like them better this way. What if we change this and make this the hair color? Interesting. Very interesting. I think I actually prefer it this way. And we can also try, instead of having the yellow, we can try maybe go for a darker orange, for example. Yes, this might work better actually. Right? No, maybe not. Let's go for lighter tone. Let's maybe try going for the reds a little bit. I think this one was my favorite one so far. Also, one thing I might want to try is, so I'm going to copy my line art because I might want to try to switch out the colors. So we have, this time we can try and make the poncho orange and the shorts blue. Let's see if we like that. Not worried about filling everything properly because I just want to see what I prefer. Let me see. Now I think I like the first one better. Now with this second option, I think I really want to go with the first one. So I think I'm going to fill up everything properly and then adding maybe a bit of shadows. Not a lot, just very simple. As always, feel free to join me to draw at the same time as I do this. This way we are kinda pushing each other into finishing our character. So now it's time to add the colors, right, properly. So I just want to go over everything, erase the spaces where the color is going out, fill out what's missing. This is usually a very fast process. It doesn't take a lot, especially if the line art is very simple, like I did this time. If we had a lot of details in the line art, it will take a bit longer. Otherwise, it's quite fast. I still need to fill in the mouth there. And another thing that I wanted to talk about is if you're doing this for the first time, well, not for the first time really, when you're doing the character, so we choose only one pose here, right? But it can be very helpful to choose more than one pose, mostly because, as you can see, the pose that I chose doesn't show all the outfit. So if I draw my character in different poses, I can see the outfit working from those views, right? So right here I can see, and you can see how the outfit looks like from the front. As I said, I wanted to add some details to that, like some buttons, and I will do that eventually. But yes, having different sketches in different poses of your character will help you when doing the next phase of our character. I already had a bit of an idea for Jonas, so I already drew him on my sketchbook in different poses, so I kind of knew already what his outfit was. So as I said, I already know how I want him to look like. But yeah, try to draw your character in different poses so that you know how the outfit looks in them. It doesn't need to be perfect finished drawings, it can be very sketchy ones, as long as you understand what's happening in them. A tone for the nails, maybe something like this. But I want this for the tongue as well. Not sure, but I'm going to try. Either way. Well, yeah, I think we can use it for the... I don't want to use more colors than I need to. So yeah, I think this is it. So now I'm going to add a bit of shadows, not a lot. So I'm going to add another layer on top of this, on top of my coloring layer. So this one, I'm going to set it as multiply. Oops, wrong one. Multiply, and then add some transparency to it. So now all I have to do is pick the color that I have and start drawing. See? So now I have here some shadows. Very simple ones. I don't want to go overboard with it right now, just to add some contrast. So nothing too perfect, actually very sketchy. I've been really liking making my shadows quite sketchy. I don't really know why, but I like the look lately. That's how I've been doing it. So I think I'll keep exploring it. So I think we are done with the skin. So now here I'm going to add some shadow to the hair. Again, nothing much. This is it. So is this the same yellow? No, but we can actually use it for the shadows here. It's not a bad. So yeah, I'm really liking how the sketchy look is looking here. Now finally the poncho. Okay, I think I'm going to leave it this way. I'm not going to add shadows to the rest of the brown here. I think it's going to look a bit weird, but I'm quite happy with what we have here. And congratulations, you drew your own character. You went through all the steps and we are done. We are finally done with drawing our own character. I hope you had fun, and we are not done yet. We're going to the next phase, which is drawing a turnaround of our characters. So when we know how our character look, we want to have a reference sheet of our character, so we always can come back to it and see how it looks. So we're going to work on that, talk a little bit about it, and then we're going to draw our turnaround. So I'll see you there. Bye bye. Hi and welcome back. I hope you've been enjoying the video so far and have been creating your character step by step. In this video, we'll be drawing a turnaround of our character, or a character design sheet. And since I want this process to be as easy as it can be, I'm giving you a PDF with the 4 base points of view of a turnaround that I made myself. Of course, depending on your character, you'll have to tweak the proportions and add details and pieces of clothing. But you'll have a solid start for your turnaround. So be sure to download that and use it at will. Doing a turnaround is super helpful since it lets you draw your character in the future more easily in different poses. You'll have a base reference for each detail that you've added for your character, and you can check it out whenever you want. And this turnaround is especially helpful if you're planning on animating it in the future. I really can't stress enough about how helpful it is, and I always do this whenever I create a new character. So let's get going with it. For a very simple turnaround, you'll want to have 4 different points of view of your character in a standing pose. The first one is the front view, with your character staring straight into the camera or the viewer. You can draw your character as you'd like, for example with the arms open or next to the body if you prefer, but do try to keep it in a standing still pose without much movement. Don't forget to add as many details as you'd like: earrings, rings, hats, small rips on the clothing. These are all part of your character turnaround. Once you're done with that, it's time for the side view. Keep the same proportions as the previous point of view and decide on things like the width of the arms, torso and more, as well as details that you couldn't quite see from the front, like a backpack, how long the hair is, and so on. Use horizontal guidelines to make sure that you keep your proportions in check. These are super helpful, take your time and don't rush it. The next point of view is the back. This is usually quite easy to do since the main shapes are mostly the same as the front view. You just need to focus on the details of hair and other pieces of clothing that are different on the back view. And finally, there's the 3/4 view. This one is a bit more tricky and many people don't do it, but I thought I'd include it here so the turnaround is a bit more complete. In this view, the character is seen from somewhere between the front and side view. This gives it a more dynamic view, so you have to think more about how the different elements of your character work in perspective. Now I'll be doing all of this in the next video, so feel free to join me there so you can see the drawing process and more easily do your own turnaround. So let's get going! Hello and welcome back. So we are almost finished with our characters. So we decided their shapes or their proportions, we decided the clothes, and finally the colors. So everything is shaped up. We decided everything, how we want our character to look. So now it's time to do a turnaround of our character. So as we talked about, this is kind of a reference sheet for you to have. So when you want to draw your character again, you have a drawing of them with all its details and colors so that you be able to draw them again with the exact same details. So you don't forget anything. It's fairly common for you to draw a character that you've drawn before, but you'll miss one thing or two, and if you don't want that to happen, you have this character sheet. Of course, this isn't as important, for example, if you want to draw your character in another outfit, but I don't know, let's say that you've been drawing a lot of things and you don't even remember properly the proportions of your character. So this is what we're going to do now. Now this part, this phase can take quite a bit. Usually for me it's what takes the longest. I usually don't even do all the poses in one sit because I'll just spend hours and hours in it, and I need some rest. So yes, you don't need to do this in one sit. You can do one pose one day, then the other day another. Take your time. There's no rush, okay? And if you did a very simple pose, for example, just a normal standing pose, this part can be easier for you because you already have the body parts or the shapes that you need. If you went like me, where I did a very dynamic pose, you'll have to take a bit more time to do the shapes. So I'm going to start with a front pose, and I have here my sketch and my final drawing, so I know the proportions of my character, and later on I know the clothing and the colors. So I'm going to pick up here my pencil in red, and I'm going to start drawing. So you can draw along with me if you want. So for now I don't have, if you saw the templates for the other in the other video, so the template for the turnaround, you'll notice that there's some guidelines in it. I don't have the guidelines yet because I don't have my character standing still, so I don't know yet where my guidelines will be. So for now I'm just going to draw Jonah, and then I'm going to, when I'm finished with the first pose, I'll draw the guidelines. So they will serve as reference for the next poses. So the neck, here I made the neck quite short. I usually like to go for longer necks, so I might make it a bit longer here in my final version. Also, you don't need to draw everything exactly as you did on these phases. I mean, you can still change your mind with certain things, so if you do, now is the time for that. That's why it's really good to have a bunch of sketches until you're happy with what you have, and then you can be certain what you like about your character and what you don't like, and just do your turnaround. Trying to do here the legs. This part of the sketching is going to be a bit messy. That's just how I go about sketching usually. So, and again, if you're doing this traditionally, I recommend you do a lot of sketches before doing the final version of your, I think there's something weird here in the legs, but we'll figure it out later. So if you're doing this traditionally, so let's say you're starting with the front pose. You don't need to start with the front pose, of course. You can start with either pose you prefer, but let's say you start with the front pose like I'm doing here, and you didn't draw your character standing still yet. Do a lot of sketches, because as you sketch out your character, you're memorizing those shapes. So when you finally go to the final one for your reference for your character sheet, you'll be able to do it better. So as you sketch, as you practice, you'll be memorizing, even you won't even notice, but you'll be memorizing the shapes. So when you go for the final one, you already know what shapes do you want your character to have. So don't be afraid of trying out many times until you are happy with your character, just so you have a final turnaround that you're happy with. So now the arms, very simple shapes. My character is quite proportional to the usual. I didn't go in with a very bold route here, but I don't know if I want to see your results and see how bold you went with your characters. If for example they have very thin arms and long arms, for example. So I'm very curious to see what you guys can come up with. Okay, I think I have the shapes. I might make the legs here a little bit longer. Let me see. Yep, I think so. He has a very long torso too, right? So maybe I should do that. Let me move this a little bit. Not a lot, I think. So, okay, these are the shapes that I'm going to be using. And now I'm going to draw a more refined or a more detailed sketch on top of this. So I'm sure that everything is in its place. Also, I'm not sure if I should make, for example, the head a little bit bigger. You know how he's a bit older, right? But for example, children tend to have, or they look like they have the head bigger than the rest of the body. So I don't know if I should go with that or if it will make him look too childish. I mean, he's almost a teen, right? According to that first page that we filled, he's basically a teen, so I'm not sure if making the head too big will make it weird. Alright, so, but I do want his face to be a bit rounder, since he's quite young, so younger people have rounder faces, right? His neck is a bit thick here, so I'll try to keep that, but I'm not entirely sure if that's something I like, so we'll see. Now, especially with the front view, since I do this digitally, this will be of course a bit harder to do if you're doing traditionally, but I like to, so that I'm sure that everything is proportional, I usually like to go with, sorry, let me just focus here a little bit, but I usually do draw one side, then copy paste it, flip it, and put it on the other side, mostly because I want to be sure that everything is in its right places and it looks proportional and not weird. But this hand is looking so weird. He has quite shorter fingers, right? So okay, something like this. All right, this belly button is around here. Now so as you can see, even though my character is very proportional, the limbs are all on the right places, right, and more or less the right sizes, they're not very realistic. So that's something to have in, it's what we were talking about, right, with the anatomy. Whoops, I forgot to, so copy, paste, well, yeah, now copy, now paste, now we do free transform, so Ctrl T, and now we flip it horizontally and move it to the side. So this is how I usually go, as you can see. So now this way I'm sure that everything is of the same size, instead of spending here a whole day trying to figure out why is this arm so weird, why is it so different from the other. This way I'm sure that everything is in its right place, and I'm very happy with this body shape. I think I ended up drawing the legs a bit shorter than here, but I think I like it. Maybe I can just move them a little bit, but I'm quite happy with what we have here. Like this, and I'll try to... no, yeah, I like what we have, so I'm going to leave it like this. I'm really happy about it. So, okay, I have the shapes, right? This is going to be, these two first sketches are going to be my references for the other poses, so I know the sizes. And now I'm going to draw on top of this a sketch of the face, the hair, and all the clothing. And since I drew my character a bit from the side, you can see the whole details of the clothing, so that is something that I have to do right now. So I think I'm going to draw on top. I'm going to hide this one just so it isn't too confusing. And now I'm going to start drawing. So I'm going to start with the hair. The hair goes upwards, right? We talked about here a little bit, and we have the ponytail behind, but we don't see it from here. And here we have the braid, right? All right. It's a bit sketchy, but hopefully I'll understand it when we do the rest. Do I want a tiny earring? I remember my first sketches of Jonah, I added an earring, but maybe not. I'm not sure I want that now. So now for the clothing. So we have our poncho, right? Let's start with simple shapes first. There we have it. Now, I thought about the poncho having like buttons this all the way down, but at the same time I feel that the buttons that way are a bit too fancy. So I think I'm just going to keep it very simple. So one button here, a tiny button. And then the rest is just tiny lines, so it's been sewn together, and that's it. So I think that gives more of that handmade feel, like his mother made it to him, and not something that is fancier, you know. Alright, so the poncho, and then finally we have the shorts. So on the shorts, start here and go, it's kind of like this, right? And now we have these parts here that are of a different color, and we have the patch. So we drew it here, that means it's somewhere here, and I think we are done with that. I think I kind of wanted the poncho a bit longer, but it's a bit too late for that now. If I did that, you wouldn't see the hands, which, well, I wouldn't have to draw hands, so that would be cool, right? But it would also be very weird and impractical to use, right? So I won't hide the hands. So poncho, the hair is done. Now I'm just missing the face, so I'm going to put a bit of a smirk here, and the eyebrows going very confident expression. And now the eyes, finally the nose, and he has some freckles, right? Okay, I like that. Still not 100% sure about the shape for the head, but at the same time a squared face, it makes it look like very manly, right? Usually when we see the characters design of superheroes, very strong men, they always have very squared heads and the jaw and everything, so maybe it makes sense for the kind of character I'm doing. So I think I'll keep it this way for now. So okay, I think we have everything we need right here, so it's time to do my final lines. So we're going to do final lines, then the coloring, and then we're going to add our guidelines so I can do the other poses. So as you can see, this will take some more time than everything we did so far. But don't worry, I think this is a very fun process. As long as you're just having fun, just take your time. There's no one behind you telling you to, come on, you need to finish this right now. This is just for you, so really don't be afraid to take your time. So final lines. What are we going to start with? I think I'm going to start with the hair. Will I? I'm not sure. We'll see. I think so, but I need to... Okay, so this way both you and I can see better what we're doing. My hands aren't cooperating with me today, I guess. It happens. Some days you'll just pick up the pencil and things won't go as you want them to. It happens, it's normal. It's all a matter of continuing. That's why it's so important to warm up, like we talked about at the beginning, because as you warm up, your hands will get more used to the feeling of the pencil and doing lines. So remember what I said about I like to do one side and then copy paste it and put it on the other side. I think I'm going to do that with some of it, not all, because I really like to have things looking similarly, especially for example the ears. Usually ears is something that when I draw they look different from each other, and that's not exactly a bad thing. I mean, we're not totally symmetrical, right? We are. It's almost impossible to be symmetrical. So, but for this purpose, for my turnaround, I like to have things symmetrical. So I don't know. You don't need to. This might be just like me being a perfectionist. I always recommend drawing the whole thing, mostly because that way you'll be practicing. And I'm sorry, the eyes, I need to focus a bit. But yes, I always recommend drawing the whole thing, because that way you're practicing, and as you practice and as you repeat doing things, you learn and you'll start to memorizing those shapes. Do his eyes look like bad? Like he's a bad character? I'm not sure. I want to go for a confident look, and I'm a bit unsure if it's working. But hey, I still have time to change things if I want to, so repeat here this one. Alright, I think I like this. I'm just going... Well, no, I don't. See, erasing and redoing it a lot of times is normal. I said this once and I say it again. It's normal to do it. That's why I always prefer going for digital art for my final drawings, because I can erase and repeat over and over until I am happy with what I have. Otherwise, if we're doing this traditionally, I don't know, it will just be a mess. I'm very messy when I draw traditionally. I don't hate my drawings, but it's very messy. I learned to embrace that, but sometimes I prefer to have cleaner drawings. So if I put this shiny here, it doesn't look as bad, right? Right? I might have to change something so it doesn't look like a beta character. Some freckles. Yeah, he looks a bit like he's a bully, right? So I think I'm going to change the eyebrows. Maybe I'll keep them simple like this. I've started drawing the eyebrows like these big circles for the lips, and I really like them. I really like how they look. So I've been incorporating that a lot in my characters. Okay, something like this. I think this looks a bit better. You know what would be nice? I think we're going to try that. You know, when people cut their eyebrows, sometimes on purpose, other times it's because they got wounded, and you know that when you cut yourself on the eyebrow, the hair doesn't grow again, so you have this tiny part of eyebrow that's just skin and no hair. I'm trying to do that here. I mean, he's always playing around and inventing new games, so it's more than natural that he will get hurt, right? So I think I like that. Like this, yes. Oh yeah, I think this gives a whole new look to Jonah, so I'm happy with it. Now I'm missing the braid here, and I still don't know how I'm going to do it. Is it coming from here? Maybe. So I did 3. Yeah, I like how just changing the eyebrows, it changed the feel of my character a lot. Like I want him, he's the leader, he's very outgoing, but he's also a sweet boy. See, he's not mean or anything, so I want that to translate in his expression. Oh, I really like how the face turned out. I'm really happy about it. So now we can move on to the rest. So we're going to go with the poncho. I always start when doing, well, even with the sketches, I always start with the head and the face. Sometimes with the sketches I spend way too much time with the face, but it's always the place where I start with. Now, do I want to add some detail here to the button? I like something like this. Yeah, I guess so. Just a little bit more centered. Very simple, I don't need to. Now, I don't think I want a lot of detail on the poncho. I want it to be very simple. Now, do I want to copy paste this, or will I? I think I will, just so everything looks good. So I'm going to do this very quickly. I want to erase this line, but it won't erase. I don't know why. Oh yeah, it makes sense, because I have this thing in 2 layers. Now I merge them, and now I can do it. Alright, so the poncho is almost done. Oh, I forgot that we have these 2 lines here, so I'm going to have to add that. But first I'm just going to add this seam here. I think that's the word, right? Now I really like to add these kinds of details to the clothing. I did the same with Jean, my gnome. So her hat, he has these wizard hats, and it looks like it's been overused and it's quite old. And so there's it's mended in some places, and I really like that. I really like doing those kinds of details. I'm going to leave these lines like this. I like them. I don't like to have everything perfect. I like to have some kind of imperfections to my lines, let's say. I might want to move the shorts a tiny bit to the side, and I'm probably going to copy paste them. Something like this, maybe make them a bit longer. Okay. So now I'm gonna need to select them again because I forgot to copy paste them. Okay, so copy, paste, Ctrl T, and now we flip it and move it to the side. Okay, I think something like this. Alright, so this part, this phase of character design, it's all a matter of patience, I think. and having fun with that process. I think this can be very relaxing doing this part, because now I'm at a point, sometimes I admit that I don't spend as much time exploring as I should before doing the turnaround, so sometimes it can be a bit frustrating because I don't have everything figured out. I'm still trying out things. For example, the colors, I didn't choose the colors properly yet, so I'm just spending a lot of time with colors until I'm happy with something. But if you already have an idea, or you've done all that we've done so far, so all that exploring is already done, so now it's the time to just sit down and finish your character, do the final version of your character. So I find that part quite relaxing. Now the hands, usually my worst nightmare. Not the worst, the hands can be very fun to draw, but it's definitely not my favorite. I don't know, feel free to tell me what's the thing that you like to draw the least. It's very important to know that, because that way you also know what you need to practice the most. Because it's important, even though hands are not my favorite to draw, I know that they are very important in drawing characters, so I need to know how to do them. And of course, there's always, even though we might already be veteran artists, there's always place to grow and learn to do better. I'm not sure I like the leg this way. I might move it a little bit. I think something like this makes a bit more sense. Now I just need to rearrange things a little bit. I have these lines here poking out. So I think we are mostly done. I'm just going to close these lines here. Otherwise, when I'm filling with color, the color is going to go outside the lines, and I don't want that. Also here I'm not okay, I like this better. Now I'm going to copy the hand here so they look the same and move it to the other side. There we go. This way I'm sure the hands are in the right place. I usually won't do this when I'm drawing my characters. I don't know, like imagine I want to draw my character playing or fishing or something like that. I won't do this, but I'll do it here just so it looks better for me, so it's more appealing. Alright, I think we are done. Let me hide here, or let me just merge these two layers here. Okay, let me hide my layers. I really like it. I just think I want to make the poncho a bit wider. Let me see. A bit more like this, for example. I think that looks a bit better. Otherwise, I think we can go for the coloring. If you're drawing at the same time as I am and you feel that you're done with your final lines, then feel free to start coloring until I'm finished with this part. You know, I feel that we like to tweak things a lot, but it's also important to know when we're done. Sometimes we end up thinking that it's not perfect, and we continue to change things until at some point we are overdoing our drawing, and it's important to know when to stop. So I'm just really changing this, and that's it. I'm not going to change anything else. I like how it looks. I think it looks very cute. So now it's time to add color. So I'm going to create a layer beneath my lines. I'm going to write here line art so you know what's happening. I can be very organized with my layers. So a layer beneath it, a normal layer. Now I'm going to grab my paint bucket and I'm going to start to pick up colors and start adding them to its places. We have the orange here, then the yellow, our skin tone, and the eyebrows are of this color. I'll need to add that later on. Finally, the rest of the hair that we talked about, it was dyed. And now, is this the lighter green? I think it's the lighter green. Yeah, and I think I'm going to add yellow to the button here. I'll just use my paint bucket to fill everything, and I'm going to grab my brush again and fill in the places that are missing color. Just small tweaks. These yellows are different, right? Yeah, they are. I want this yellow or this one. I think I'm going to keep the one that I use for the hair. Right here a tiny bit. Brush again. Have to add color here. Now the green to fill here the things that are grabbing the hair. Here is not really filled all the way. I need to fill this eyebrow part as well. Now white here on the eyes. So it gives some contrast to the face. Now, I don't think I'm going to do any shadows on my turnaround. I think I'm just going to add here the color, this color that we used here for the shadows, because I think it looks very cute. Yeah, see, I really like doing this shadow here on the nose, especially when I'm doing younger characters. So yeah, I'm doing that. Now I need to add here color to the rest. I might use the same color, this color, for the nails, because nails are always a different color from the skin tone, right? So alright, we're almost done with our first pose, so pat yourself in the back, since I can't, because really doing this is already a milestone. Alright, I think we are done with our first pose for our turnaround, so I'm going to just grab all of this, move it here because it's the front one, and now it is time to do our guidelines, right? So I'm going to add, let me see, I have this one. So I'm going to go over here. I want to have these two as well here, just so I know that the guidelines are in the right place. So I did a new layer. Yes, I did. I'm going to use, what are we going to use as term of colors? Maybe a brown, a dark brown. So the first guideline is going to be here, right? Let me just make this a bit smaller, otherwise we want to fill the whole page since okay, we did it. We want to fill our lines to fill the whole page since we're going to do a lot of poses. Okay, so right here I'm going to copy paste it, and another one for our feet. So we know where the head and the feet are. Now I'm going to add one where the head ends, right? Now I can also make one for example here where the eyes are, and this way I know the eyes are here, and this line passes through the middle of the ears, so I also know the positioning of the ears. I think these guidelines are a bit according to to you and how you like to organize things. Now another one for the poncho here. Yeah, and basically the beginning, almost the beginning of the hands. Now the end of our hands here, and I want one for the end of the poncho as well, so I know where the poncho ends. Okay. And I think we're only missing one. Yes, here where the shorts end. So I think this is it for guidelines. If I remember or if I see that I need anything else, I'll add them as we go. So guidelines, there we go. Okay, I'm going to hide these two because I don't think we need them anymore. I'm going to add here some transparency to this. All right, so here we have it. We've made our first pose of the turnaround. I think they went very well. I hope you had fun. And next we're going for the next pose, which is, well, I'm still not sure if we're doing, I'm going to do first the back one, and I'll explain it to you why I'm going to do that. So yes, next we're going to do the back pose. So I'll see you there. Hello and welcome back. So as I said, even though usually we do, also if you see the template, we have front, side, back, and then 3/4, right? But I'm going to do, you don't need to do in that order specifically, of course. So I'm going to do first the back side, and the reason why is because, so we've drew the front pose, right? You might have started with another one, and if so, then maybe you can choose whatever you want for the next pose. But if you're following me, we did the front pose. Now for the back pose, it is the shapes we use are very similar to the front one, right? We just have less details. So I think it's better to do the back pose right away because we are already used to that shapes. We memorized those shapes from drawing them just now. So I think it can be very helpful to draw the back pose first. So as you can see, we have this, and all we have to do is, well, draw this exactly the same but with less details. So I'm going to put here a new layer. I might hide this one. Yeah, I'm going to hide this one. Actually, I'm going to hide this, and I'm going to copy the line art. Bring it here because the line art has exactly the shapes that we want, right? So if we draw on top of them, it will be very similar to the other one. So, okay. This way and this way. The ears. Now the hair goes like this, and we have the ponytail, and here we have the hair, the shaved part of the hair, the neck, and like I said, we have here a tiny bit of the braid appearing, not a lot, but it's there. But the hair probably, yeah, the hair goes all the way down, otherwise it's quite weird, right? So now here the poncho, we don't have, it's closed, this part here, but the rest is quite similar. So let's just draw this. There we go. So you see, it is doing the back pose is really fast because we are already used to it. Now here we don't see the oh, I forgot, yes, the thumb. I'm sorry, wording, I forget the words in English sometimes. We actually see is little finger. Now here it's also, the shapes are mostly the same. The only thing is, for example, we don't see this patch, and we can change these details a bit because they are different, right? They're not the same as before. And now finally the legs. So there we go. As you can see, it is very simple because, for example, you don't have to draw the face. So it makes things a bit easier. I'll have to fix the hands when I'm doing the final. I'm going to erase this one when I'm doing the final version, but as you can see, this is it. So since we already have the front view, we can just either by our hands already memorize the shapes, so you can just draw them again, or you can just like copy this first drawing you did, draw on top of it, and you have the back view. I think it's just easier to do this one. Also, since it's faster, so it's kind of doing like a pause of doing just something that is simple, and you're not focusing as much. So you're resting a little bit from that focus that we do when drawing. But of course, you don't need to follow the exact same order that I'm doing. I recommend you do so just this time, since you're seeing the videos and doing at the same time, or watching and doing afterwards. It can be a bit helpful, right? But for future drawings of your characters, you can choose which order you want. We have different ways of working and figuring out how we want things to look like. So I'm doing here the tiny ponytail. Need to erase, it's too big. Need to go closer and erase here some lines. And now we draw the rest of the head. And of course, I think it's always good to do quite a lot of sketches of each view. Well, you don't need to fill up a whole page with each view unless you want it, of course. Feel free to do so. But I think it's good to, like, I don't know, 3, 4 or 5 sketches of each view so that you get used to it, so you have everything figured out. Because sometimes, and also so you get used to look at them, because I feel that sometimes when you draw, for example, I draw my character in the front view, right? And I'll do that a lot of times, and I'm used to looking at it that way. Then at some point I'll try to draw my character from the side, and it will look so weird because I'm not used at looking at them. So I feel that if we do some sketches, even if it's just for us to get used at looking at our character in different positions. Because sometimes I feel when I do the turnarounds of a character and I haven't drawn my character in many poses, I look at them, for example, from the side, and I'm like, is this the same character? I'm not sure this is the same character. So it is good to practice a few times. So I'll have to go do some sketches so I have everything right, and so it makes sense. And of course, it's also always good to draw our characters multiple times so we get used to them. And we're drawing the characters for that, right? We're making characters so we can use them in our stories, in our illustrations. And of course, even if you're doing this final turnaround, it doesn't mean that at some point your character won't change. It is normal to happen. We draw our characters in different situations, we go with its story, and well, either the story progresses and you start drawing your character differently because their story changed too, or just because you felt that some things that don't make sense for your character anymore, and you change how those things will look. And that's normal. You don't need to stick with this design forever. Even when we're watching cartoons, characters change, right? We see a lot of times that characters end up having at some point in their story they will change how they look because they've grown as well in the story. And yes, I'm going to leave the hands for later, probably the last things. I know this is not good, but I like to suffer at the end when I haven't figured things out yet. And well, okay, I'm going to try. I need to set a good example, right? So I'm going to do the hands after this bit of shorts here. Alright, so hands, something very simple. So since we're seeing the hand from another view, we have to draw them accordingly, right? So as I said, we don't see the thumb this time, we see the other side of the hand. Also, I feel like, so we talk about proportion and anatomy. I feel like these hands are not, they don't go with realistic proportions, and I like that. This hands, I think that it's hands and necks that I don't really follow realistic proportions. I like to draw them very differently. So for example, for necks, I like to go for very long necks, and for hands, depending on the type of character, for example Jean, right? So she's a gnome, she's very tiny, and for that reason I draw her hands, the hands and the arms, very, very small and thin. If you notice in the drawings that I have of her, her hands are always very tiny. I really like the way I drew her hands. On the other hand, for example, for Brinris, she's a dwarf, so her proportions are very different than Jean. So her hands, for example, are quite the opposite. Her hands are very big, very thick, and I really like them a lot as well. So yeah, I think that even though hands are sometimes not my favorite part to draw of the body, I tend to go very wild with them. Well, not wild, but I can tell it was me who drew them, you know, it's part of my style. So feel free to explore those things, how you like to draw certain parts of the body, and incorporate those in your characters. You already have your own style, everyone has their own style, even though we don't really realize it. But if you like to draw something in a certain way, do incorporate that in your drawings, don't be afraid to do that. And alright, I think we are mostly done. So it's time to add color. Now I have already like 100 layers. Okay, we're done now. Now I totally forgot about something, and I think I should mention that is, so when you finish the turnaround of our character, we're going to have thousands of layers, right? So I always like to organize them into folders. For example, we did the front one, so I'm going to add here a new folder, put these 2 layers on it, and there we go. Now I know where the front is, and then I do the same for the next one. So this one is the back view. So I'm going to add here, I'm going to add the sketch as well in it, and I'm going to name it sketch, because if I don't have a lot of layers, I don't really bother with organizing them this way. But when I have a lot of them, well then at that point we really need to have some organization there, otherwise it's going to be very, very confusing. So now I have here the first shapes I did, and I'm going to make a folder for them so I know where they are. Shapes. So this way, if I need to check Jonas shapes, they are here. I'm going to hide them for now. And now finally, I'm going to add color. And I'm also going to mention something about color, but I'm just going to add everything and then we're going to talk a bit about that. Just filling in very loosely, and then we'll add details. Okay, so what I want to talk about color is, we have here our colors, right? And I feel that we should have a layer just with the colors, so we have a place to go and pick them whenever we need. The yellow of the shorts, the orange of the shorts. I'm going to add this. I'm going to put them kind of in order, but of course you can have them organized differently. For example, you can just have like tiny arrows and adding the colors, the swatches of colors, but it's always good to have them organized or in a place so you know what colors are you using. So there we go, we have our colors here. Maybe I'll leave them here. So now we always have our colors to pick whenever we need them. You can make something more organized. For example, you can do some squares. You can write the codes of the colors, for example. As I said, each artist has their ways of organizing themselves, so see what works better for you. Character sheets or character turnarounds. The artist will, for example, pick. So for the head they have like a little scheme with, in the head we have this tone, and this one. For here we have this and this. You can do that as well. So, you know, tiny squares pointing. So this, then we have this with the green. So it's totally up to you how you want to organize the colors of your characters. I'll leave it very simple, just some circles there. It's not the prettiest, but it works. But if you want it to look prettier, then feel free to do so. It is also helpful to have the colors this way, just so if you want to draw, for example, if tomorrow I want to draw my character with markers, I can go look here and see what I have similar to these colors. And alright, this is it. So as you can see, this was very simple. Now I've just noticed that we drew here this part of the poncho a bit too high, so I'm just going to move it, but we are mostly done. And as you can see, drawing the back view of the character can be very simple. It also depends on the amount of detail you put on the clothes, but that goes for any view really. Okay, so this way, and I'm going to close here the line. Alright, so there we have it. Now I'm just going, so the back view is supposed to be the third one, right? So I'm going to move it here a little bit to the side, so we have space for the side view right here. So this is it for now. I hope you had fun, and next we're going to draw the side view, so I'll see you there. Hello and welcome back. So we drew the front view, then the back, and now we're gonna go for the side view. Now the side view can be a little bit harder, especially coming from our front view and back view, since the shapes are very similar, and then we jump to a side view where our shapes are going to be very, very different. So I usually recommend you to start with just do some sketches on the side view, so you get used to those shapes, or you decide on the shapes, because maybe you haven't drawn your character in the side view yet, so you don't really know the shapes. So just go with basic shapes at first, like I'm going to start now, then a more detailed sketch, and when you feel ready, when you think that you have the shapes that you want, then you can draw the final version. So just spend some time. It doesn't need to be a lot, like 20 minutes, just doing these basic shapes until you feel that you're happy with what you have. So I'm also starting with basic shapes. I moved here this layer of the shapes that we did so I can guide myself through it, and I also have here the first drawing we did on my subview, because this is on a side position. I can see some of his shapes, so I need this line here for the nose. Alright, so we know where the nose is going to touch. It goes here, then down, and now here, something like this. Yep, okay. The eyes are going to be in this line, right? This is the line that we did. So I'm just doing basic shapes now, so I'm not going to draw the hair, not the eyes, just figuring out where everything is going to be and the shapes of the body on the side view. So the ear, this line goes like halfway through the ear, so something like this. Now the neck, something like this is enough. Now for the body, we have here kind of a bean shape, right? So let's draw that bean. The waistline goes to this line. So this is why the guidelines are very important and useful, because now I know where everything should be and I can draw accordingly. Alright, so we have the torso. I think the torso is a bit larger here, right, than what we have right now, so something more like this. Okay, I can maybe erase here so you can understand better the size of the torso. So now we have here this part, so this goes up to here, so something like this. And now we have the legs. So the legs, the legs are a bit thinner, right? So I'm doing them a bit too big, so something like this maybe. I'm very messy when sketching, so don't be afraid of being messy with your sketch. Some people have very clean sketches, and that's also fine. Maybe it's even easier or better, because then you can see things more clearly, but it's also fine if you're very messy, as long as you understand what you're doing and you can do your drawing right at the end, and as long as it works for you, of course. We all have different ways of working and figuring things out. So I think the head might be a bit bigger than the rest of the body. Let me zoom out. It probably is, so I might have to resize this part a little bit. But first I'm going to draw here the arm. So the arm, the shoulder starts on this line, so it goes this way. Then we have our hand. So now we have to resize the head here, and also I think the neck a little bit. So I'm going to, okay, I like it like this. Now just a tiny bit. Let me just see the positioning. I think this is it. I might want to move the arm a little bit. It's a bit too much to the left. Alright, perfect. So we have our basic shapes. I'm going to just move it a little bit. I think I'm going to tilt it a little bit. Alright. Okay, I like it. So now that we've done our basic shapes, remember, feel free to repeat your basic shapes as much as you need. we're going to draw or sketch. So we're going to draw the face, the hair, and the clothing, and any other accessories or details that the character might have. I'm just going to come up over here, and the leg section seems like it's falling a bit, so I'm just trying to, yeah. So one good thing about drawing the side view is that at least you're just going to have to draw one eye, one ear, one arm, and one leg. So that means you don't have to worry as much about the symmetry of the drawing like we did on the front view and the back view, where I always copy paste, so I was sure that everything was symmetric. Here we don't have to worry so much about that. So going to start here, right, the face. Now the ear, right here. Now for the eye, when we draw our eyes from the front, we have usually this shape, right? This is the shape that we usually have, unless you're going for a more stylistic way like I'm doing here, but usually it's this way. Even if I'm doing this version, we have this shape, right? However, when we draw the eyes from the side, we have another kind of shape. So for example, if we're doing this style, we have a cone shape like this. And the same goes when you're drawing in a more stylistic way. You're going to have the eye doing a bit more of a cone shape, not as round. The shape needs to be different, so it's not as weird. Unless, of course, your style is a bit more abstract, maybe the same doesn't happen. Maybe you can draw the eye with the same shape. Of course, this all depends on the styles you're going for. So I'm going to draw here the hair. Let me see where the ponytail is. So something like this, I think, right? Going to draw here a bit of the smile. Now, as we talked about, the eye and our eyebrow. I think I need to change here the hair a little bit. I feel it's too weird right now. So let's try that again. I'm guiding from this drawing. The freckles. And of course the braid. So the braid goes up to here, more or less. So, and we have 3 bits of braid, so something like this. All right, so far so good. Again, this part of the sketch is still very messy for me. I'll only have a cleaner look once I start doing the final lines. Now for the poncho, so I'm going to draw a line for the poncho as well, just so I'm sure what it is. But if you notice, I think the back of the poncho exactly goes higher. So you see, so the back of the poncho goes up through here and the other goes down. There, perfect. Now as for the arch here, so we have that the front is longer than the sides, right? So we have to have that into account when we're drawing. So the sides go up through here. All right, don't forget the button. So let me check where the button is. It's right in this line. So button right there. And now we do the same here. We can't forget that the poncho has 2 layers, so something like this. Of course, I'll fix it when we do the final version. And finally we have our shorts, right? I think I'm doing them a bit too big. Something more like this. Let me erase these lines here. Alright, now this line goes in this direction, so I have to be careful and do it in the same direction. We can also just make here a line, okay, just so we're sure that it's in the right place. And here we even see a bit of the poncho on the other side. Now just do some seams, and here the patch showing up a little bit, not a lot, just a little. And I think, well, we're just missing here, redrawing this leg, but the same that we had before. So I think this is it for our sketch. I like it. Let me just take a look at it. Maybe just making the body a bit wider, not a lot, but yeah, something like this, I think. Maybe I even want to make the poncho here open up a bit more, so going over here, because it's big, right? And maybe I want to, I think I want to show that how big and comfy it is. Actually, I think, yeah, I think this might be better. So it goes, the front it goes very wide, but at the back it doesn't. So yeah, I think doing this, it changed the look a lot, and I think it looks much better. Yes, I love it. I think this did wonders to the drawing. So yes, I think this is it. I'm really happy about it. Let me just see if I move the eye a bit to the left, if I like it more, or if it's just too weird. Just so I have, yeah, I think so. I think we can do this. Just so we have a bit more space for the freckles here. But otherwise, I really like it. So now I'm going to hide here the shapes that we did at first. And now I'm going to give some transparency to the sketch, and now I can start doing our line work. So again, as always, this is, at least for me, I really enjoy drawing the line art, especially when it's digitally, because traditionally I'm practicing that, but it's nowhere near what I can do digitally. But I think it's very relaxing to do, since you have the option to repeat the line. So okay, I did this line, I don't like it, go back, I'm going to draw it again. But I also think that it's important to practice doing some line art traditionally, because that way you're learning to do things right at the first line. So what I mean by this is, like I said, so when you're doing this digitally, you have the space for mistakes, right? However, when doing it traditionally, you don't. Mistakes will happen, of course, but you can't fix them as easily. So I think that practicing both is very good. If you're just starting to learn how to draw and you don't really feel confident about your skills, then maybe try first going with digital art. I think that you don't need to have both skills right away. I can tell you that my skills, my traditional skills, are not as good as my digital skills, and that's fine. You might not even like to work traditionally, or you don't have the money to buy the tools, so you're not less of an artist if you're using digital and not traditional. And it's all up to you or what you like to work with. I like both. I think both can be fun, but I prefer the final results of my digital art. Oh, this braid, I really like how the braid came out. And of course, again, if you are indeed working traditionally, don't forget to practice your shapes as much as you can before going for the final version, just so you're sure that your drawing is going to end up as you want it to. And remember that you can do this with whatever tool you like. I'm mostly doing this digitally because it's also easier to record and to show you, but that doesn't mean that you have to do it digitally as well. As I mentioned before, it's good to do this with first, if you're just starting to draw your own characters, first do with the tools that you're more used to, since it will be easier for you. Because if you're doing this with a tool that you're not used to, well, you might get a bit frustrated because you're also learning the tool at the same time, right? And that can always be a bit frustrating because things might not end up as you want them to. You're learning too much things at the same time. If you want to learn a new tool, then of course I'm not saying that you can't draw some characters, feel free to do so, but if you want to have like a final version, a final clean version of this, maybe it's better to start with a tool that you're used to. This is mostly really to avoid any kind of frustration. But if you're having fun while learning the tool and doing a new character, well, feel free to do so. All I want is for you to have fun when learning and drawing, because that's the most important step in drawing, really. If we do this and we're frustrated, we get angry at our art, chances are we're not going to have the results we want. And I think this goes for everything, right? And of course, don't be afraid to repeat your lines as much as you need. You see me doing this a lot. Just do the lines until you are happy with them. Well, now I can't do this because I drew the layer showing up from the back view, right? So that layer has to show up from the back here as well. Well, we'll see about this kind of details later on. Now we talked about it. We talk about it being seen from the other side, so I'm going to do that as well. Alright, now I have to erase this tiny line here. Perfect. I'm going to be honest, even though I think that hands is something that I need to work a bit more, I like drawing them weirdly. Know what I mean? Let me just see. I feel that they're a bit too big. So short fingers, right? That's what we decided with the hands. Hands for me, I think like sometimes I'll draw them very sketchy, and the others I'll spend more time in them. I think it also depends a lot on the characters that I'm drawing, or even the poses. If the hands take a big part of the pose, then I'm going to spend a lot more time on them, because they are a big part of the drawing, they are important for the drawing. If they're not, then I'm going to be very sketchy about them. So the line here, we're almost done with our side view, at least the line art part. When we're finished, we can color it, and the coloring is very simple in this case. So, and now the leg, and then we are done. Keep the same kind of shape that we have so far, which I think it's something like this. So now we can hide our sketch and see how it looks. I like it. I think it looks good. So now we can, I really like especially the heads. I think it's my favorite part. So now we can we can color everything up. So I'm going to hide here my guidelines, just because when I'm coloring it won't interfere. So again, I'm going to do like we did before. I'm going to pick the colors and start filling in on the right places. Okay, I think that's all the colors. I'm missing the shadow in the face, but I'll add that afterwards. We can now show the guidelines again, and we can start filling in the blanks. Again, I think this part is also very relaxing. It's just filling in and finishing our character. Don't forget to post your work. I'm really curious to see what you can come up with. I think that it's going to be very interesting. Show me sketches and the whole process really, so from drawing the character or writing about the character, so that first part that we did, which was writing the backstory and the personality. Show me the sketches, the gesture drawing that you did, everything. I really want to see your process as well. Maybe you'll do it differently than me. Maybe you'll do it in another order. You don't need to do the same order that I did. I don't know. Maybe there's some things that you prefer to do differently, and I'm curious to see it. If you have any questions, as always, feel free to ask. I'm here to give you feedback and to help you in anything you need when drawing. So don't be scared or feel shy about it. Just ask me anything and I'll try to help you and give you feedback on your work. And I'm really curious to see what characters can you come up with, or even you already have a character and you want to make them better, to draw them better. And I want to see them. I want to meet your characters. So don't forget to post your work. I really want to see it. So for the eyes, as you can see, I always do it very simply. I draw the eyes as in black, and then I just add the white behind it, just so doesn't get confused with the skin. For me, I think it looks weird. Some people like to have the white in the same color as the skin. It's a matter of style, of course. I'm not fond of my drawings in that way, but if you like it, we all have different styles and different ways of working, so. Alright, let me go back a tiny bit. Oh, I'm really happy about him. He looks really cute. I think as I go, he looks cuter and cuter. I like John. I'm really happy about our character, our mascot of this character design class. I think he's doing very well. Okay, so I think this is it for the side view. Again, take as much time as you want with this. If you're not used, for example, for me, I don't know why, but I tend to very rarely draw my characters from the side. So for me, it is harder sometimes, and I always feel like they look a bit weird when I draw them from the side. I'm really happy how this one turned out. I forgot about the tiny thing here. Feel free to take some more time. Just take all the time you need until you're happy with your drawing, your character. And when you're done, we're going to go to the 3/4 view. So I'll see you there. Alright, welcome back. We are here again. We are almost done with our character. All we are missing now is drawing the character in the 3/4 view. Now, I understand that this view might be a bit more scary than all the others, but we can do this. As always, by finding the basic shapes, we can figure everything out and the drawing will become much more easy. So I think I'm going to hide here the back, just so I can see the shapes better as I do the basic shapes. So we're going to start, like always, we're going to start with basic shapes first, and the sketch, and then line art. Again, if you don't know yet the shapes for your character in the 3/4 view, then try to do some sketches of the basic shapes, and then when you're ready, you can go for the sketch and finally the final version. As always, I start with the head. We have the circle here, but this time it goes this way, right? Because we are drawing the character from the side. I'm going to have the eyes here. Could I maybe go a bit more even? So let me just erase. I need to erase here this and this and this one, right? So we have the neck here, and now for the torso we draw our usual pin. If it helps you when drawing a character in the 3/4 view, you can draw the shapes with a more of a 3D look. So for example, like this, you know, like this can help a lot in understanding better where the character should be or where each shape should be. So if this helps you, feel free to do so. And if you're not, let's say that this is the first time you're drawing your a character in the 3/4 view, or you're just not confident enough in your skills in drawing a person in the 3/4 view, then try to take again, references are very important. So I recommend using references as always. One thing that you could do, for example, is also, since sometimes you might not find the exact pose that you want, take pictures of yourself in a 3/4 view, or ask someone to take some pictures of yourself and print those or open them in your software of choice and draw on top of the poses. Draw the shapes that you see on top of the pose. So go over the picture and draw first the torso, so a rectangle for the torso, the legs, everything, the circle in the head, the line of action. The line of action is very important, so that way you can understand better how to draw and which shapes do you need to draw a character in a 3/4 view. I think that's very helpful. It's not cheating, you're learning with it. So do not be afraid of doing it. If you're using the template that I gave you, for example, feel free to draw on top, repeat those shapes to learn. I think it's also a good exercise. You can use the template to practice some 3/4 poses. Just do some redraws of the pose until you are used to it. I did the template to help you, but you can also try and make your own or use it to make your own. So it's all up to you. I did it so you can use it as you wish. Okay, I think this is it for... Did I put things in the right place? Yeah, I did. I don't know why it feels like the neck is really big right now and the waist, the torso looks small, but I think that's just the perspective or something, because everything is in the right places. So we have our basic shapes here. Just going to change here this arm a little bit. I think just it's a bit too tilted. I want it a bit normal. Alright, just fixing a thing or two before we jump to the sketch. So now for the sketch, I'm going now to hide here where are the shapes, these shapes. I'm just going to go over here. I think this part is good. I just want to Okay, now I'm going to bring, we can stop hiding the back here, but or we'll hide it either way. I'm just going to bring the front view here to the side so we can see it better, so we can see where everything is. So I'm going to get some transparency here, a new layer on top, and now we're going to draw our sketch. So as always, I'm going to start with the hair. So since it's in a side view, we have a different view of it, right? Now I have here the face, the ear. Again, this line goes like halfway the ear. And the braid goes somewhere here and then here. So braid, 3 bits of braid, and then we have the end of it. Alright, something like this. I like it. Now the nose, I'm going to do a line for the nose again, just so I'm sure what it is, and here for the mouth as well. The eyes, we know they are here, so we can draw them already. So since it's a 3/4 view, the eyes go to one side of the face. Let me start with something else, maybe. The middle is here, so eyebrows here and here. It's not perfect right now, but it gives me a good idea of the positioning. I don't know why, but I feel like the face or the head is smaller, so I think I'm going to redo this side of it a bit better, and I'll fix it once we do the final lines. I think here is going a bit too high as well. Alright, so we have this. Now the poncho, let me see where we had the line for the poncho. Okay, right here. Sounds good. Again, we have to make it go a bit. The button is around here, right? And now we can draw, so it goes up to here and then here, right? Here it does a curve, we see it go behind the arm. We have the other layer. Now here we have these things again. So we have cross, 2 lines, another cross, and 2 lines tilted. Alright, I'm still not 100% happy with the face there, but I think we'll fix it when doing the final lines. So now we have here the shorts, they go up to here, right? Usually bigger than the legs or wider than the legs. Alright, now around here we have the lines of the shorts, the patch once again here. Here this foot is in a different perspective, and this one is on the same as we've been doing so far. Alright, so now all we are missing is the hands. Okay, I have the sketch. I don't think I'm going to do much more to the sketch right now. And now we can do our final lines. So some transparency here, I hid the shape layer, a new vector layer on top. I've mentioned this before, I usually use vector layers for my line art because I can scale up and down the lines, I can change them, I can do whatever I want, and I'll never lose the quality of the lines. So since sometimes as I draw, I change my mind on some things and I need to move them around, I don't want to lose the quality of my lines. So I always use vector layers. So we can start now. So now is the time that we're just going to relax and draw calmly, repeating our lines as much as we need. This is the same as before. I think this is, if you like to do that, this is a great time for you to draw along with me, because you've learned everything you had to learn, really. So now it's time to just relax and do your own thing. The hardest part is always making sure that the eyes match, they are at the same size. I'm going to do the shiny one here, another one here. I think the eyes are looking much better than they did on the sketch, so that's good. It means I don't need to change them and spend an hour just trying to draw the eyes as I like. But it's looking like I'm going to spend maybe 1 hour trying to draw the mouth as I want. See, this is a problem of, I could have drawn the mouth. If I've drawn the mouth normally, it will be just like this, but since I've put it, I drew a smirk, I need to draw that smirk here as well. Let me go back a bit, just so I feel like the eyes are not on the same line, so I need to move this one a little bit, maybe even resize it a bit. So yeah, see, this is better, maybe even a little bit, I think. Let's see now. I think this looks better. I'm drawing the 3/4 view and even the side view in this direction because that's what we have in the template, so it's a way, that way I'm doing the same as you're going to do if you're following the template or the class. But I feel that way we're kind of missing some details. For example, the smirk, it's not the same thing, and we don't have the cuts on the eyebrow showing up either. But that's really my fault, since I decided to make all the details on that side of the face. So that's on me. I'm going to redraw the eyes and the mouth. So one eye, another eye. I think I'm drawing the eye a bit too much to the left, and I need to fix that. As you can see, this is another reason why it's good to practice drawing your character in different positions, so you don't have any problems when drawing them in other circumstances. Not happy about this eye yet, so we have to do that again. So yes, something like this. Again, sadly, we don't see the cut on the eyebrow. I'm really sad about it, but we do have the front view of our character with that detail, so that's nice. So see, if you feel like you have a lot of trouble drawing the 3/4 face, it's normal. I have some trouble sometimes as well, so, but I think I like how it's turning out. I love the freckles. I love adding freckles to my characters. I know that maybe I should start, or I shouldn't add freckles to all of my characters, but they're so cute. I wish I still had freckles as well, but they're gone. I don't know why. The hair is done. I'm happy with it. Now let me just check where the ponytail is, around there. It goes a bit upwards, doesn't it? So maybe I need to do something like this. Alright, so now we have the braid. I think I make the braid bigger and bigger as I go. And now the end of the braid, it goes somewhere here. Alright, I'm just going to erase any line that overlaps. Oh, I like him. He's cute. I'm really happy with the character that we came up with for the class. Our mascot of the class. I think that's how Jonah will always be reminded. I actually forgot to add one thing to him, which is a fishing pole. He should have a fishing pole. I'm a bit too late for that right now. I won't add it, but if I ever draw him again, I'll be sure to draw him with a fishing pole. The poncho. I really like his clothing. Overall, I'm happy with the character that we came up with. Also, about the turnaround, I kind of forgot to mention this, but you don't need to do the whole turnaround in one day, okay? Usually, when I draw the turnaround of a character, I spend a lot of time in it. So I draw 1 or 2 views and then I'll rest, I'll stop for the day, and I'll continue the turnaround the next day, because it's just too tiring to draw the whole thing, especially if you're drawing if you draw slower. For example, like I said, I think I do spend a lot of time in the turnaround, just so I'm sure that everything is right. And of course, you should never spend long, or you shouldn't be drawing for long periods of time. So be sure to be careful and do not overdo it. Just to start with the front view, and maybe even do the back view, since it's very similar. And then the other day do the side view. If you feel that you're too tired from the turnaround, you can go draw something else even, and the next day you can finish your turnaround. And even with doing that, even doing 1 or 2 poses in a day, be sure to pause between both views, because you don't want to overuse your hands and your wrists. You're going to start to get some pains and even injuries, so always be sure to take some minutes in between drawings. So let's say that you're drawing for an hour, it's time to stop for a bit and take a 10-minute pause. I don't know, go have a glass of water, walk around the house a little bit, eat some snacks, because sometimes when you're drawing, we forget to drink water, we forget to eat, we don't know what being hungry is, because we're just too focused on the drawings. And we don't want that. That's bad for us. So once you feel that your back is turning into a snail, that's a good time to take a few minutes and rest. Your shoulders are close to your ears, that's a good time to pause, take a few minutes, and then you can come back again. Okay, I think we're done with the poncho. So now it's time for the shorts. Now, another thing that you might notice is when I erase here in Clip Studio, I touch the erase in a line and it will delete that line. That's because since I'm using the vector layer for lines, I select here vector eraser, and that means that I have this option where it will erase the line up to the intersection. This just makes it easier to erase big chunks of line. You might have noticed that other times I've used a normal eraser without this option selected to erase bits of the drawing. So it always depends if I'm trying to erase some kind of detail or if I just want to get rid of a line. So if you're using Clip Studio, this is a very handy option if you're interested in it. Okay, now we are missing here the hands. So here the hand is turned to us. So I think, yeah, it's only the legs that we are missing now, and then we can color our character and then we are done. Can you imagine all the steps that we went through and we ended up with a full character drawn in different poses? I think that's amazing. So you should be very happy about yourself. Once you've finished the last lines or the last coloring, you can pat yourself in the back. Actually, I think you should pat yourself in the back each time you finish one of the videos, because it's amazing work that we did here. Alright, I think we are done. Let me look at him. I like it. I think the head is a bit too big, so I think I'm just going to very quickly resize that. I should have noticed before. So now we can color Jonah. So I'm going, as always, to hide here the guidelines, a new layer below my lines, and now with the paint bucket, as always, I'm going to pick and fill. Forgot a line here, so let me do that before we forget. So here we have the poncho, and now we can continuing to add color. So at this point you already know the process of this part. I'll fix everything that needs fixing afterwards with my brush, and we can fill everything that is missing color. Alright, perfect. We are missing something. This, my favorite part of the drawing. I really like it. And this is it. We are done. We did a great job. Congratulations. You did your own character. This is it. We have all the poses here. I hope you had fun. Don't leave yet. I still want to talk with you a tiny bit, and I'll see you soon. Hello and congratulations, you finished the course! And if you've been following all the videos, you should have your character created and even have a turnaround. Be proud! Don't worry if this is not the case, just take your time. Watch the videos as many times as you'd like, they're not going anywhere. So, did you learn a lot? I really hope so, and I'm glad you've taken the time to improve your drawing and character design skills. Do consider leaving a review, that will help me a lot, so it helps me keep going and provide new updates and courses for you. Also, if you need any help, want to give specific feedback or have any question, feel free to message me here. I'm always trying to improve and I love helping my students out. Now feel free to post your character drawings and process. I'm looking forward to seeing what you can come up with, so don't be shy. And remember, you've got this. Keep on drawing, and I'll see you soon.